I don't know, we don't quite have a full house yet, but we kind of like to get going on finishing Jonathan's presentation. We are trying to fix the heat. Not really sure what the outcome's going to be, but it's not for lack of trying. Please go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. I hope everyone had a good lunch and maybe enjoyed some hot soup or something to warm up over the break. When we ended off, we were most of the way through Chapter 5 on encouraging sustainable economic development. I'll just continue from where we left off and note that on the screen there are some shipping lanes identified. I'll note that these are draft corridors representing work that's currently still underway through the Northern Marine Transportation Corridors Initiative. These areas were provided to the Commission with a clear recommendation not to include them directly in the land use plan itself. So they haven't been, but we just want to indicate that these shipping corridors draft for discussion have been considered throughout the development of the plan, including those subsections in the options and recommendations document on non-renewable resources, transportation, and linear infrastructure potential. So this is just shown for information, and you can see those corridors in the southern Kivalliq, primarily just linking to each of the communities along the Hudson Bay coast. The final subsection of Chapter 5 deals with commercial fishing areas. In the southern Kivalliq, the primary interest is shown on the left-hand side of this slide for Arctic char. The gray shaded areas represent areas of Arctic char abundance. So this does not directly relate to active or past commercial fisheries, but just indicates a high abundance of Arctic char. They are identified as valued components in the draft plan. In addition, this map shows a number of point sources shown in black dots. This information comes from the existing fishery regulations, which show water bodies, both lakes and rivers, for which there have been identified potential fishery quotas. So again, these locations do not indicate currently active commercial fisheries per se, but they do indicate a good potential for commercial fisheries, and they are also identified as valued components for consideration. The final chapter of the draft land use plan deals with how the plan will be implemented once it's approved. So it is a requirement of the Nunavut Agreement that the Commission's land use plans have an implementation strategy or a plan for how they will be used. And there are a couple of key concepts in this chapter that we just wanted to highlight. The first note is to again reiterate that the plan requirements that we're discussing today that are included in the draft plan are not meant to apply to traditional community land use, so subsistence, harvesting of wildlife, camping, regular activities on the land. Those uses, again, are not subject to any of these plan requirements. In addition, we want to note that while many limited use areas in the draft plan prohibit the construction of what we call linear infrastructure, which includes things like all-weather roads, transmission lines, pipelines, it specifically does not include seasonal or winter roads. So throughout large portions of the Kivalliq mainland, you can see red limited use designations. Those would generally prohibit linear infrastructure. But again, the Commission would just like to emphasize that temporary or seasonal winter roads would be permitted in these areas. Another important topic that I referred to earlier today is the subject of existing mineral rights. So the Commission appreciates and understands that mineral exploration and development occurs in stages, unlike many other types of activities. When exploration companies go out on the land, they would not be in a position early in this process to propose something like a fully operating mine. There are a number of steps that need to occur and different types of investigations in order to advance a mineral project up to actual mining and or extraction. A challenge occurs because when a project undergoes what's called a significant modification or a major change to its activities, a new review is required by the Nunavut Planning Commission and the Nunavut regulatory system. So the Commission very much appreciates that significant investment has been made in many areas of the territory before this plan has been put in place in order to prospect and identify potential mineral resources. And when the Nunavut Land Use Plan is approved, many of these active and ongoing mineral exploration projects may be in areas proposed as limited use designations that would prohibit mineral exploration and production. So in recognition of this potential issue and of the value of mineral exploration and mining to the territory, the 2021 draft plan proposes a new approach to addressing existing mineral rights. And that approach is that when projects with existing mineral rights undergo a change that would require a new review by the Nunavut Planning Commission, and they're in a limited use designation that would prohibit mineral exploration and production, the draft plan proposes special exemptions from those prohibitions on the activity. So if a project has already begun and the Nunavut Land Use Plan is approved that would prohibit further mineral exploration and production. At the time these projects re-enter the system with an increased scope of activities, Commission staff would review the project, identify its linkage to a previously existing project, and exempt those new activities from any prohibitions on mineral exploration and development. And all of these projects with existing mineral rights within limited use areas are identified in Appendix A at the back of the draft plan. It's also important to note that other plan requirements would continue to apply to these projects. So if there are setbacks, for example, included in the draft plan in an area, they would continue to apply even if the prohibitions or the restrictions on mineral exploration and development were not applicable. So here is a very small snapshot of Appendix A. It lists the company name as currently identified in the databases, recognizing that they can and do change hands fairly regularly, as well as the specific project name and a map of the extent, the physical extent of those rights. So the footprint, we sometimes say, of the existing mineral right. A couple of notes on this approach. We first recognize that this new proposal has generated a great deal of interest and comment so far through the consultations on this draft plan, and want to highlight a few key aspects of how this list came to be. The first thing to note is that the information that was used to create Appendix A came from the spring of 2021, as the Commission was in the final stages of drafting this current version of the plan. And we relied on both the publicly available mineral exploration data from the Government of Canada, as well as from Nunavut-Tungavik Incorporated for Inuit-owned land subsurface parcels. From those lists, the Commission chose to only include listed active projects, so any rights that were at the time suspended or inactive were removed from the list. This also, again, explicitly only includes those existing rights that overlap with the proposed limited use designations that would prohibit mineral exploration and production. The list was further narrowed by only including projects that had been submitted to the Nunavut regulatory system. So if a claim had been staked, but that the owner of that claim had not yet begun physical work in the form of a project proposal submitted to the regulatory system, those rights were removed from this list. And in addition, any project proposals that had been reviewed by the Nunavut regulatory system and not approved or not recommended to go forward, those were removed from the list as well. So there were a number of choices that the Commission made to create this Appendix A list, and we've heard a great deal of feedback on this list, including questions about how it was created and why some activities are not included, and we hope that this overview of the selection criteria helps address some of those concerns. We do note that it will again be up to commissioners to consider how to update this list if it's determined that it will remain part of the plan, including whether activities that are currently being established would be included in any revised Appendix A. We also want to note a few different ways that the plan can be changed or modified following its approval. So the Commission has often described the Nunavut Land Use Plan as a living document, and in fact that's true of land use plans in general. They're not meant to be set in stone or static. They're meant to change over time and respond to evolving circumstances, priorities, and available information. And there are three main ways in which the plan can be modified. The first is through what's known as a minor variance, which is another funny term perhaps, but is meant to refer to a small change to a requirement of the land use plan. So this would be applicable to things like setbacks or seasonal restrictions. So if a proponent wanted to conduct an activity but was not able to follow the exact requirement, such as a setback, they would be able to apply to slightly change or vary that specific requirement. And under the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act, there is a fairly brief public review requirement that could be implemented by the Commission without the approval of the signatories to the land use plan. This is again meant for small changes to specific plan requirements and would not be appropriate, for example, to allow a prohibited use within one of the limited use designations. For that type of proposal, or for any more significant or major change to the content of a land use plan, the Commission would need to publicly review a proposed plan amendment through, again, a public process that would be much more detailed and extensive than the public process for a minor variance. So this could work for a project proponent looking to conduct an activity that did not, or that was not supported by the plan as approved, but it can also be used to change fundamental requirements on the basis of new information. So if something additional becomes available, and I think an excellent example would be here with the Dene-Soothlanay areas we're going to be talking a lot about this week. Once your agreements are finalized, it's anticipated that the Commission, for example, would receive alternate commissioners appointed by the Dene-Soothlanay to represent your interests and priorities. Once that agreement is finalized and the Commission gains these alternate members, new priorities and interests may come to light, and those could be addressed through a formal plan amendment process that would involve publicly considering all of the available information, could include things like public hearings like this to evaluate the appropriateness of any amendments, and they would also need to be submitted to the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, and Nunavut-Tungavik Incorporated for approval. In addition to regular minor variance considerations, as well as any proposed plan amendments, the Nunavut Agreement also requires that the land use plan be periodically or from time to time reviewed in its entirety. There's no set timeline in the Nunavut Agreement or the legislation for this process, but in the 2021 draft plan, the Commission has proposed that a complete review of the entire land use plan, including those 2007 broad planning policies, objectives, and goals, would be initiated within 7 years of the approval of the land use plan and completed within 10 years of its approval. So this proposal is in response to concerns raised by participants in previous submissions regarding certainty as to when the plan would be subject to a complete review. And again, that would be a public process with community consultation and engagement, work with all of our planning partners to determine whether the Nunavut Land Use Plan continues to be supported, continues to be appropriate, and continues to be the best path forward for the territory. So that concludes our brief overview of the Nunavut Land Use Plan, commenting on some of the areas that we feel are most relevant to our discussions here this week. We've attempted to incorporate some of the previously raised questions and comments into this brief overview, but if there are any additional questions or points of clarification on the content of the draft plan, we would be happy to respond to those at this time, and I'll turn it back over to our chair to facilitate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jonathan. And for these questions and answer back and forth, we follow a process. So when you're doing your presentations, the first set of questions would come from the Nunavut Planning Commission staff, then it would be the community, delegates, participants, then it would be the registered participants, and then if there was a public participant after that. So seeing it was the Nunavut Planning Commission that did the presentation, we will be starting with community participants. So if you have a question, please raise your hand and Beth will bring you a mic and we'll go from there. But just because it's the first day and it's after lunch, if you haven't used this to make a nice little ding on the computer over there when you came back from lunch, please go ahead so that we know about attendance. I think I saw most people, but there might have been a couple that didn't. Just a reminder. Okay. Any questions? No questions from community members? Oh, there we go. Please state your name and the community or organization that you represent, and then go ahead and ask your question. Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Ron Robillard. I'm working with the Athabasca, the three Athabasca Denisovan First Nations, and I'm a band member of Black Lake First Nation. The question that I have is related to, the first question is that I noticed that throughout your presentation we keep getting grouped in with JKD. I just want to, I don't know how I can explain to the NPC to make them understand that we're distinct groups, the Athabasca Dene. So Fawn and Lac and Black Lake are signatories to Treaty 8 and Hatchet Lake Treaty 10. And then there's JKD on Manitoba side, Northlands Dene and Saizi Dene. They're both separate, we're separate groups. And we're negotiating a separate claim with Canada. But throughout your presentation, I noticed that you keep referring us to JKD in some of your presentations. It hasn't been corrected. And in the past, with our written submission, we have provided that to you. And also, we're doing it here again orally to help you understand that. I hope that gets corrected. That was one question. And then the other question that I had is dealing with the existing rights. And I noticed the transmission line, linear transmission line that you're talking about, maybe all-weather road. There's going to be a buffer that's going to be put from northern Manitoba all the way into Nunavut territory at some time down the road. And there are some existing rights in that area. How are you going to deal with that? In our experience in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, when we dealt with the all the existing claims that are out there, it turns into a development eventually down the road in the future. But in the area, the calving grounds for the Kaminiak, it shows as limited use, no developments, all year round. That's my understanding. But yet there are existing claims that are in there. So how is Nunavut Planning Commission plan to deal with that down the road when there's going to be a development?
Thank you for your questions. Jonathan will answer that question. But to help us out with the camera, when you ask, could you please stand, because we lose you in when you're seated with everybody else. So we just figured that one out. So thanks, Willie, for pointing that out. Jonathan, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. First of all, my thanks to you, Ron, for the comments, and my sincere apologies on the distinguishing between the two groups. We do understand and appreciate that, and it has been corrected in the public hearing presentations in response to the feedback that you'd previously provided. Unfortunately, we ran into some difficulties with the Dene syllabics for this presentation, and the version you're viewing is the translation of the previous community information sessions version that you had previously commented on, and we were not able to get the updated version done. So many apologies. It is very much appreciated, the distinction, and the versions we are presenting in English and Inuktitut syllabics do reflect that distinction. So my sincere apologies for the lack of that update on this particular version. In regards to the existing rights within the Kaminiak calving ground associated with existing mineral rights, and also the proposed linear infrastructure corridor, I'm not sure I 100% got the question, but in general, the draft plan is taking the approach of identifying existing mineral rights and providing for their future continued development in the draft plan. So projects that have already begun on the calving grounds or in other limited use areas would be supported by this plan if they were to undergo further changes that required a new review. And for the corridor itself, the Commission has identified that as a limited use area. And an attempt has been made to ensure that it could be used for roads and transmission lines in the future. And where existing mineral rights overlap with that corridor, they have also been included in Appendix A and would be allowed to continue their development as modifications are proposed under the land use plan. Again, it's important to recognize that all of those projects would still need to proceed through the remainder of the regulatory system and be given full consideration by other regulatory authorities. So maybe I'll stop there, and I hope that answers your question, but please provide any further detail if it hasn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Sharon has a comment. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Halawak, Executive Director with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Ron, thank you for your comments. One further note that the Commission makes is this is a draft land use plan, and should any areas that you agree with or have suggestions how they could be managed differently, we are open, and that's the point of the public hearing, to hear the feedback and how individuals, organizations feel about how the draft plan is proposing uses, and to hear alternate solutions or alternate options that may be proposed, and also to hear what you like and what you don't like. So it is a draft, and you know, if you have concerns about those existing rights, this is the form, and up until the time the record closes on January 10th, that you provide your submissions both orally and in writing to the Commission for consideration by commissioners once the record closes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ron, for your comments.
Thank you, Sharon. Any further questions? I don't see any hands or anyone standing up. Any registered participant at the back wanting to ask a question? Quiet bunch. Is there any public member? I just want to go through the whole process. Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation, Jonathan. Now that we've had that presentation and the questions and answers, Sharon will go through the agenda and timelines and things like that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Halawak, Executive Director with the Nunavut Planning Commission. So for the duration of our hearing, I would like to note that we do have a heavy agenda, and for this evening we probably will be having an evening session starting at 6 going until 9. And for the participants' information on the agenda, we do have time allotments for presentations and questions. So for the Hotel Nene Kotene Dene Southlane, the Athabasca Dene, Government of Canada, Government of Nunavut, Nunavut in Tungavik Incorporated, they have a limit of 40 minutes for their presentations with a 20-minute question and answer following. And for all other participants, you have 30 minutes for your presentations and 20 minutes for the questions to follow. And as I said, we do have a heavy agenda, so we will be adhering to those timelines. And in saying that, we're hoping that we do allow adequate time so everyone does have their voice heard. So with that, Mr. Chair, the first presenter this afternoon will be the Hotel Dene Southlanay. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Would the group please come to the presentation table? And just for your information, we have the two mics that kind of slide around on these two tables pretty well, but we have a mobile mic for those on the end table there. May I ask who will begin, just so I can get the nod?
Check.
Okay, just a couple points. Name, organization, community, and stay close to the mic so that,
Yeah, I'll get
please
to
go
that.
ahead when you're ready.
Yeah, I want to say a few words in my language before I begin the proper introduction in English.
Please go ahead.
Salutina. Abia sa no hayan chu chelgalda de bedare trom masinestan. Donja sanitil na kitnege sadihit iha. Hosnade anaya chila donlin olaninne vaya chu dondi a chena atleast no anilai. Idin dikanot yang adala nelu. Antu bennene ya si host no teacher due new to host no to yekala na si yekani in laila kuno ne sabah da laita ni la region la kwa tena sosina to la ta dal ne ke bangala tong to that is one in law aso belong the relay to okay sabiki yoli si wanai dio na kitchen gata na yeli na tinhala okay na hoya change choli san to saw the light dolly sioha ya what she will ande o disin di na hanuni ani ay chi belong the le ne kan to norent di hasa to ne ga ya hul nya si to kenna hel a child said in a san Bazidan le to Bodidan lu, she can Haran lu, region Bazi and Benanesi and to use in relationship. No hair chili, some big hello, I saw no hair chili, we can eat yande, Nitana, okay. A halala, a salad daha. Ya yotan, the near chila, well question, Masino. Assunt ilu janaito negaya de assunt ilu janani tilde masidi jani.
Nice to come back.
Good afternoon, everyone. a beautiful day again that we're all blessed with. I would also like to thank our elder for the opening prayer this morning and for our Denisontina drummers. It's called Denisontina drummers. Yeah. Apologize. Granted. The Dena drummers that represented each of our communities, they're from each community. And we all have our own Dena group that does the drumming. But it was good to see them all drum together. It's always good to hear the heartbeat of our nations when you hear the drum. That's what we call it. My name is Simon Denencheesy, Chief of Northlands Denisontin First Nation, Treaty 10 Territory, Lac Brochet, Manitoba. I'm also honored to be on Treaty 5 territory, the Sichiwayasik Cree Nation, Nelson House, Manitoba. And I'm also grateful for giving us the opportunity to participate today. I would like to thank the Nunavut Planning Commission for traveling to Thompson and holding this public hearing. I would also like to thank the other parties in attendance, including Nunavut, Tungavik Incorporated, the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, the Athabasca Denisontina, the Seal River Watershed Alliance, the Beverly Caminero Jack Herbo Management Board. We are looking forward to talking with all of you about the draft land use plan and hearing your presentations and questions. The Northlands Denisontina use and live off the lands throughout the area that is now in Nunavut, Manitoba, the Northwest Territories, and Saskatchewan. These lands and the caribou that migrate through them are extremely important to us. They sustain our economies, our culture, our well-being. We acknowledge that these lands are shared and have been shared with Inuit, the Athabasca Denisontina groups for thousands of years. We look forward to hearing from them about the draft plan. Our people have inherent rights throughout our territory. These rights were denied and ignored for many years. Northlands Denisontina, Sayuzig Dena First Nation have been working for many years to have rights in Nunavut formally recognized through negotiations. We want to make sure that Nunavut Land Use Plan acknowledges our rights and help those negotiations. We thank the Nunavut Planning Commission for the efforts that they have put into developing this plan. Clearly, the draft in front of us today is the result of a great deal of time and work. It is important that all parties involved work collaboratively to build the plan that works. Masicho, thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready with name,
Good
etc.
afternoon.
Thanks.
My name is Dylan Duck. Unfortunately, Chief Evan Yassy was unable to be here today, and I'm the counselor for Sayuzig First Nation. For many years, no one would listen when our peoples talked about our lands and our rights north of 60. We were ignored to have the Nunavut Planning Commission travel to Thompson to meet with us and hear our concerns and questions about the proposed land use plan in Nunavut shows that we are on the right path It is a sign of progress and a sign of our people being recognized within our territory. My people, the Saisidene, use and live off the lands throughout the area that is now Nunavut, the Northwest Territories, and Manitoba. Despite the political boundaries that have been drawn over our traditional territory that have policed our own community in Manitoba, we, just like the Northlands, Denisuflene, First Nations, also Indigenous people of Nunavut and holders of Aboriginal rights throughout our homeland. The caribou are central to the customs, traditions, and the way of our people. Harm to the caribou is harm to our people and our rights. We know the development can have negative impacts on the caribou, particularly in sensitive caribou areas. Ensuring a healthy and strong caribou herd is of critical importance to us. The Nunavut land use plan is important to our people now and will be important for future generations. We want to make sure it recognizes and respects the Denisuflene people and our rights and interests. We want to make sure it helps with our land claim negotiations. I welcome the Nunavut Planning Commission and the other parties to Thompson. We appreciate you traveling here and look forward to speaking with the participants, including Nunavut. I can't pronounce that word. What was that? NTI? And NTI. The Government of Canada, the Seal River Watershed Alliance, the Beverly Kaminaria Caribou Management Board, and the Government of Nunavut over the next couple of days, both inside and outside of the public hearing. Masicho.
Thank you very much. Is there any other to present? Please go ahead. Please press the green light there. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Dennis-Cheesy. I am a member of Northlands Denisuflene First Nation and the chief negotiator for Northland for First Nations of Hotelnanakochine land claims. Jeff Buzzador, chief negotiator for Saiezi First Nation, and I will be providing a joint presentation today for Saiezi First Nation and Northlands Denisuflene First Nation. Together, our First Nation are referred to as Hotelnanakochine, the Barren Land people. Joining me today for Northlands First Nations are Chief Simon Dennis-Cheesy, Councillor Modest Tazazi, Councillor Tom Shawali, Councillor Joe Dantuzzi, Elder Simon Samuel, and Elder Joe Hislop. From Saiezi Dene First Nation, I am joined by Councillor Dylan Duck and Susan Atkins and Stephanie Terassi. I would also like to acknowledge our translators, Jimmy Terassi and Nancy Pakut. Hotelnanakochine have technical support from Wayne Wysocki of Simeon Consultants and Chris Wardner of Wardner Consultant. Our legal advisor, Kelly Olson of Myers LLP, is also in attendance. Members of the Hotelnanakochine team will be available to answer any questions from the Commission or other parties. I would like to thank the Nunavut Planning Commission for traveling to Thompson and providing us an opportunity to meet with you today. I would also like to thank other participants in attendance and the interpreters for their essential work in helping us all communicate with each other. Next slide, please. In this presentation, we will start by providing information to the background of Hotel Nunavut. Then we will share our specific comments on the draft plan. We have comments on polar bear denning areas, terrestrial linear infrastructure, Dennis areas, and Crown consultation. Next slide, please. Since time immemorial, Hotel Nunavut have and continue to use and live on the land and waters that are all mostly within the range of the Beverly Camaraniac caribou herd. Our traditional territory includes portions of what is now Nunavut, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Northwest Territories. Hotel Nunavut have a deep connection to our traditional territory, which is the basis of our inherent rights in what it is now Nunavut. Our rights are Section 35 rights under the Constitution and come from thousands of years of use and occupancy of these lands. My colleague, Jeff Buzzador, late mother, was born in Edahon Lake, but it is still considered to be part of Northwest Territories. Boundary changes made without any consultation or discussion with our people have made it challenging for Hotel Nunavut to have our rights properly recognized in what is now Nunavut and Northwest Territories. Since the 1970s, we have been talking to the federal and territorial governments about our rights north of 60. But they have not always listened. In 1993, Saïzi Dene and Northlands Dennis filed a lawsuit asking the courts to recognize our rights north of 60 parallel. We call this the Samuel and Terasi litigation. As the lawsuit was brought by then Chief Simon Samuel and the late Chief Stephen Terasi and their counsel. We spent nearly 7 years in court with the Government of Canada. Since 1999, First Nations have been negotiating land claim agreement with Canada to resolve Samuel Terasi litigation. Hotel Nunavut have been working with the Commission since at least 2009 to make sure that these land use plans will help us finish the land claims negotiation and meeting the interests of our people. We were pleased to see that our last comments to the Commission were worked in the 2021 draft plan. That is for the land withdrawal by the federal order in council to be designated as mixed use. We have additional comments and recommendations for the Commission to consider relating to polar bear denning areas, terrestrial linear infrastructure, the national scenic areas, and the Crown's duty to consult. Next slide, please. Our first comment related to polar bear denning areas at section 2.3-1 of the draft plan. Have requested that all lands withdrawal by the federal order in council are designated as mixed use. This will help us conclude the land claims agreement and resolve the Samuel Tarasi litigation. As mentioned earlier, we were pleased to see that almost all land withdrawal by the federal order in council have, as we requested previously, been designated as mixed use. There are some small areas where the conditional use designated for polar bear denning areas overlap with the land withdrawal by the federal order in council. These are highlighted on the map included on this slide. It looks like this may have occurred because the data used to show the land withdrawal by the federal order in council are from 2013 order in council instead of 2019 order in council. Chris Wardner, our mapping specialist, can provide more detail explaining of that possible source of error, if you would like. Also, the Commission should be aware that the boundaries of the land withdrawal by the federal order in council may undergo minor adjustments. So it is uncertain whether there will be an overlap between the final boundaries of the conditional use area boundaries for the polar bear denning area. Next slide, please. Therefore, we have two recommendations for the Commission. One, the land subject to 2019 order in council should be excluded from the conditional use designation, including those lands that overlap with the polar bear denning area. Two, when the Samuel Tarasi litigation is resolved, boundaries of any conditional use or limited use area should be adjusted so that all lands subject to the resolution of Samuel Tarasi litigation are designated as mixed use. Next slide, please. Our next comment related to terrestrial linear infrastructure at section 5.3.1-1 of the draft plan. Portions of the land withdrawal by the Federal Order in Council overlap with areas in the Kivalliq-Manitoba Infrastructure Corridor. The lands in the Kivalliq-Manitoba Infrastructure Corridor are designated as limited use. The map on this slide shows that the portion of the land withdrawal by the Federal Order in Council that are in the corridor. If these lands are designated as limited use, it will not facilitate and will further complicate conclusion of the land claims negotiation, which would also point out that the Government of Canada has made a similar comment. Hotel has requested that all lands withdrawal by the Federal Order in Council are designated as mixed use to help with the conclusion of the Samuel Terratty litigation. Next slide, please. We recommend that the land withdrawal by the Federal Order in Council be excluded from the limited use designation for the Kivalliq-Manitoba Infrastructure Corridor. A similar recommendation has also been made by the Government of Canada. Next slide, please. Continue to use and live on lands we share with the Beverly Camaraniak herd. We share the caribou with the Inuit and other indigenous people. We have for thousands of years. The Beverly and Camaraniak herd increasing for more than 20 years. Any development that may affect the caribou or their habitat is concerning to us. Are concerned about developments in 1. Capping areas, 2. Posting capping areas, 3. Key access corridors, and 4. Freshwater crossing. Development in these areas could reduce the ability of the herd to recover. This may limit the ability of our members to maintain their culture and a way of life, and may adversely affect our Section 35 rights to harvest caribou. The part of the draft land use plan dealing with the Kivalliq-Manitoba linear infrastructure corridor is a significant change from the 2000 draft plan. The Kivalliq-Manitoba corridor is identified as limit use area. Throughout that corridor permits linear infrastructure development, including within areas of a critical caribou habitat. The result is that if a project proposal for the linear infrastructure within the corridor were submitted to the Commission in 2021 draft plan would not identify issues related to caribou. That should be addressed by the proponent of the regulatory authorities. Have the following recommendations regarding the Kivalliq-Manitoba linear infrastructure corridor. 1. The Commission must ensure that the plan addresses important caribou-related interests with portions of the corridor that includes areas of a sensitive caribou habitat. 2. Further consideration should be given to alternative routes that avoid key caribou interests, such as calving areas and posting calving areas. Now I'm going to pass it over to Jeff Buzzador, the Chief Negotiator for Saisi Dene.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Bussador. I'm the Chief Negotiator for Saisi Dene First Nation. The next 4 slides talk about Denison Cleaner areas. We want to advise the Commission on how a geographic area that reflects the rights and interests of Otjilnenik Dene should be identified, and how these rights should be described in the 2021 Land Use Plan. Otjilnenik Dene review the inclusion of the Denison Cleaner areas as a valued socio-economic component, as a positive feature in the draft plan. The recognition of Dene rights and interests at the first point of entry into the integrated regulatory system in Nunavut is essential to the effective and efficient operation of the regime. Our understanding is that the identification of the Denison Cleaner areas as a valued socio-economic component triggers 2 important requirements. 1, proponents are required to identify anticipated impacts to the Denison Cleaner areas in project proposals submitted to the Commission. 2, proponents are required to report annually to the Commission on actual impacts to the Denison Cleaner areas. These requirements will raise awareness among the project proponents of Denison Cleaner rights and interests and contribute to a greater inclusion of Denison Cleaner in project planning and development. As a valued socio-economic component, the draft plan also encourages regulatory authorities to consider Denison Cleaner areas when reviewing projects within their mandates. This may contribute to better working relationship between Otjilnenik Dene and the regulatory authorities. Next slide, please. Although the identification of Denison Cleaner areas as a valued socioeconomic component is generally positive, we have a few concerns. 1, so it does not provide proponents, the Commission or regulatory authorities with enough information about which Denison Cleaner group they should be engaging with. The description of the Denison Cleaner areas, including the map, does not include sufficient information to describe the full nature and extent of the Otjilnenik Dene's asserted rights and interests. 3, by only encouraging regulatory authorities to consider Denison Cleaner areas, this does not appropriately reflect the nature of the interests identified in the Denison Cleaner areas. Next slide, please. Hotel Dena's inherent rights in Nunavut are based on thousands of years of use and occupancy. Our ancestors have lived in and used this area for at least the last 2,600 years. Our rights are supported by archaeological records, historical records, our oral history, and land use and occupancy studies. These are rights under Section 35 of the Constitution Act. Our inherent rights include title in traditional lands and waters, a right to decision-making in traditional lands and waters, right to self-determination, right to practice in our own culture and customs, right to ownership and management of our heritage resources, and the right to use, develop, and control resources and activities in our territory. A map of the geographic extent of our rights is included on this slide and labeled as the Hotilnenikotine Dene area. As we said earlier, Hotilnenikotine Dene and the Crown have been negotiating a land claim agreement to resolve the Samuel Tracy litigation since 1999. Until these negotiations are concluded, Hotilnenikotine Dene rights, as I have described, should be used for the purpose of the land use planning and implementation of the plan. Next slide, please. To address these concerns about the Denison-Flina areas, we recommend the following. 1. The plan should include a Hotilnenikotine Dene area, as shown on a map in the previous slide, as a valued socioeconomic component. The plan should describe the nature and extent of the Hotilnenikotine Dene's rights and interests as we have outlined. When the Samuel Tracy litigation is resolved, the plan should incorporate the description of the Hotilnenikotine Dene rights and interests set out in the final agreement. 3. Regulatory authorities should be required to consider the Hotilnenikotine Dene area as a valued socioeconomic component when reviewing proposed projects. Consideration of Hotilnenikotine Dene rights cannot be left to the discretion of the regulatory authorities. Next slide, please. We have 2 additional recommendations related to the Denison-Flina areas section. 1. Around 2013, we stopped describing ourselves by the term Manitoba Denison-Flina and began using Hotilnenikotine Dene. All references to Manitoba Denison-Flina in the plan should be replaced by Hotilnenikotine Dene. Number 2, the Denison-Flina area section uses language that suggests that the lands withdrawn by the Federal Order and Council are surveyed. These lands are not surveyed. We have proposed new wording in our written submissions to fix that issue. Next slide, please. The Crown is required to consult the Hotilnenikotine Dene on any decision that could adversely affect our Section 35 rights. Land use planning decisions have the potential to adversely affect our rights in Nunavut. This includes plan preparation, plan approval, and plan implementation. It is our understanding that the Crown, in right of Canada, relies, at least partially, on the Commission's process to discharge its duty to consult with Aboriginal peoples. We still don't know how Canada might rely on the Commission's process for plan approval and implementation. We are looking for clarity on how the Crown's duty to consult and the Commission's processes come together. This clarity is necessary if, 1, consultation is going to be meaningful, and 2, the Commission's processes are going to be effective and efficient. At this point, we do not know if the Commission is considering our recommendations and comments through the lens of Section 35 consultation and accommodation, or some other way. Both Hotel Ninik Otinit Dene and the Commission need to have a clear picture of how the duty to consult is fulfilled once the draft plan goes out for approval. How will the approval process recognize our inherent rights to decision-making over our lands and waters? How will the Crown address its commitments to Indigenous people? How will it implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the principle of free, prior, and informed consent? Deep and meaningful consultation is critical at this stage. After the plan is approved, there is no opportunity for Hotel Ninik Otinit Dene to be consulted or accommodated. At the conformity stage, on a proposed use that conforms with a plan that may adversely affect our rights. On August 19th, 2022, we received a letter from the Government of Canada and the Government of Nunavut that shed some light on how these two governments plan to consult once the draft plan goes out for approval. I would like to read into the record what we were told in that part of the letter. Now I quote, "Once the draft plan is submitted to the approving parties for a decision, governments of Canada and Nunavut will assess the adequacy of a consultation and the need to conduct additional Crown consultations according to the following proposed plan. The Government of Canada and the Government of Nunavut will consider any comments submitted to the Commission during the public review period, including the written record, any written or oral evidence presented at the public hearings, as well as any revisions to the draft plan and that the Commission has made to address the issues raised by Indigenous governments or organizations considering potential adverse impacts the plan may have on asserted and established Aboriginal or treaty rights. After the draft plan is submitted to the parties by the Commission, and prior to considering whether to accept or reject the draft plan, the Government of Canada, Government of Nunavut, plan to jointly consult with Indigenous governments or organizations on any matters that have been identified during the Commission's review process as issues resulting from the draft plan that may have potential to adversely impact asserted or established Aboriginal or treaty rights. Designated representatives of the Indigenous governments and organizations whose rights may be adversely impacted by the draft plan will be contacted to discuss how and when the consultation process might continue. Any issues related to the adverse impacts to asserted or established Aboriginal or treaty rights that are submitted to the Commission during the public review process or received by the Government of Canada or the Government of Nunavut after the draft plan is submitted to the approving parties for a decision will be given full and thorough consideration prior to any decision being made by the Government of Canada and the Government of Nunavut whether to accept or reject a draft plan. This includes any information that will help the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut to understand those impacts, as well as information on how to avoid, eliminate, or mitigate any potential adverse impacts to asserted or established Aboriginal or treaty rights. I will now stop reading from the letter. The letter did not say anything about implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the right of free, prior, and informed consent. And we would still like to hear back from Canada on that. It is also unclear how the Hotel Ninigotinet Dene will be consulted when the plan is being implemented. This includes plan variances, ministerial exemptions, plan amendments. The draft plan is silent on this. Hotel Ninigotinet Dene has had preliminary discussions with Canada regarding some of the issues and comments raised above. More discussions between the Crown and the Commission and Section 35 rights holders are needed. The outcome of these discussions should be included in a plan to make consultation and land use planning more transparent, efficient, and effective. This will advance reconciliation. We recommend that the Commission, the Crown, and Section 35 rights holders engage in discussions about if and how the duty to consult and the Commission's processes merge. We also recommend the outcome of these discussions be included in the plan. Next slide, please. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. Masicho. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. Do you have a question, Jonathan? Okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you to all the members of the panel here today for your very detailed presentation and recommendations. They are much appreciated and genuinely very clear, so I don't have too many questions. One area of further clarification would be around the way the plan proposes to manage caribou habitat. In your presentation, you noted concerns regarding impacts on caribou and their habitat and identified 4 types of habitat in particular where you were most concerned. I was wondering if you have any specific feedback on the proposal in the draft plan for limited use designations with year-round prohibitions and seasonal restrictions to manage these types of habitat. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. And we also understand that sometimes the questions can't be answered right away. So sometimes the appropriate answer is, thank you for the question. We will get back to you later in writing. Please go ahead, state your name. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Wayne Wysocki, Technical Advisor to Hotel Nene Kotine Dene. And this time the appropriate answer is not. We will get back to you with a written submission. The Hotel Nene Kotine Dene are supportive of the limited use designations that are in the draft plan, as well as the seasonal restrictions associated with caribou protection.
Thank you for that answer. Do you have a follow-up, Jonathan? Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you very much, Wayne, again for the clear response. That's greatly appreciated. One fairly minor question, just on in regards to GIS spatial information. I'm just wondering if we can formally confirm if you will be submitting the revised Hotel Nene Kotine area as a shapefile to the Commission, and also whether the most recent withdrawn areas could be submitted by you, or if we could get that from someone else. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Chris Werner, Technical Advisor to the Hotel Nene Kotine Dene. We do the mapping for the group. The Order in Council from 2019, I believe, is the appropriate information that should be used for that. It is a federal Order in Council, and while I do have the GIS information and could provide it, it's probably best just to get it directly from the federal government, since it is their Order in Council. But yeah, that is the most recent withdrawal area and Order in Council for that those lands. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Chris. And yet, that's understood. And the revised area of interest that goes up to like Baker Lake, for example, I don't believe have that shapefile. Would you be able to submit that formally to the Commission as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, we can provide that shapefile to you directly. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any questions from community participants? I'm not seeing anyone standing up. Is there any questions from registered participants? I'm not seeing any movement. A public member? No movement. Thank you very much for your presentation. It is much appreciated. We'll take a 15-minute break, and the Athabasca Dene Southlanais are up after the break. Would the participants that are presenting for the Athabasca Deni Souslane please make their way to the presentation table? Thank you. Looks like everybody's settled in. So please go ahead when you're ready. Name, organization, or community, and start presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Ron Robillard. I'm working with the Athabasca Deni Souslane as a chief negotiator. For the past 22 years, we've been on this file, so it's been a long time. Hopefully to see a final agreement pretty soon. We come here as three communities to represent three communities that I work with. Hatchet Lake, Fond du Lac, and Black Lake. So there's three communities that are here. I understand from yesterday's session that we have about 30 minutes each. I don't know if we'll be using all that time, but that's my understanding from yesterday's briefing. So there's going to be a wave of the presentations that we're going to be doing this afternoon. We're going to be starting off with the opening remarks by the chiefs. And then there's four presenters. There's four of us that are going to be going through the slides for you. And then at that time, we're going to give an opportunity to some elders that are going to be saying a few words and their connection with the land and the caribou, how it is important to them. So we're going to give a few minutes for them to say their part too as well. At that time, once the elders are done, I also want to give an opportunity for the youth to say a few words too as well. And then towards closing, we want to, I know that there was an opening this morning with the drum song, and one of the counselors that we have here from Black Lake is going to be doing a little bit of explaining about the drum, the significance of the drum and how it's related to the land and the caribou. So if you can give us that opportunity, I would appreciate that. Okay? With that, I'm going to hand it over to Chief Tassani from Hatchet Lake, and then we're going to go to the next chief and so forth.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Husi, to the people that attended here. First of all, I want to thank the elder for the prayer this morning. And also I want to thank our Denny drummers that did a spectacular job this morning. And also I want to thank our Creator to give us another day and the days to come. I want to thank the people that attended here from Nunavut delegates, Nunavut government, and the Government of Canada, and the Nunavut Planning Commission. Also, I want to thank Manitoba Dene and our colleagues here from Saskatchewan. It's been a very honor, and I'm very humble to be here in front of you as leaders representing my nation about how important Caribou is that we live on. We are here to discuss our issues regarding caribou habitat. And it's very, very important that we need to listen and understand the both sides of the party. Very important. Not just for today, but the generations to come. The Athabasca Denisonklene has a relationship with caribou over thousands and thousands of years. This relationship must be priority for Nunavut Planning Commission. We cannot lose this relationship. The NPC have a big responsibility. We have taken care of our land, the water, and the caribou for thousands and thousands of years. We must listen to the word today and learn from us. Our territory extended into Nunavut, and the boundaries, before the boundaries was established by the government. We have stories there. We have places where we hunt and gather and come together as a community. We even teach our youth there, and we have relatives that's been buried in that area. I want to thank you for listening to our community and protecting the calving ground, the water crossing, and other importance that caribou habitat utilize. Please do not remove this protection. We are happy to see that this happen by Nunavut Land Use Planning Committee. The Athabasca Denisonklene do not bother the caribou where their calving ground and after they have their calves. We respect them. And the mines and the industry should also respect them and not bothering them. This is a really sacred place to us. This place must remain protected and proposed in the draft of the land use plan. The community voice is there should be no disturbance in the calving and the post-calving ground. Why is the NPCs making an exception for this project? Having a line up through the crossing not only a critical migration route, but into the heart of the calving and post-calving ground will have more major impact on the caribou. This will impact the caribou herds that continues to come down and feed our communities. you must remove and have a special destination to let the project adjust in the areas that are off limit. The Inuit can still get their internet and power by letting the expert find a solution so that they are not blocking or impacting our Caribou. The health of my community depends on Caribou. In the past, if it wasn't for Caribou, maybe some of us probably won't be here today. That's how important Caribou is to us. Again, I'm asking for the support to protect our Caribou habitat. And also, when we had the power line in our area in Saskatchewan, we were promised that our rates will be down, but it doesn't happen, and it tripled up. And they committed our jobs, but just a temporary job, and as of today, our First Nation are hardly working with SAS Power. So that could be looked closely too. So with that, I'm very, very happy that you listened to us today. And I want to hand the mic over to my colleague, Chief Mercury of Fond du Lac First Nation. With that, thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank the Nunavut Planning Commission and all the parties here for having us, as well as the drummers, the organizers, and the translators, and the community of Thompson here. My name is Kevin Mercury. I am Chief of the Fond du Lac Dene-Shukiene First Nation. Firstly, I'd wanted to acknowledge my late mother's maiden name, which was Tengae, which means white caribou. Caribou has always been important to my community and also to my family. My community members of Fond du Lac had often been referred to as the 10 Daldele, caribou eaters, and sometimes lightheartedly being referred to as, hey, caribou meat. And I guess you are what you eat. But in all seriousness, we may have been indoctrinated into Western practices, but the intrinsic mental, spiritual, physical, and cultural relationship we have with the caribou and its habitat has remained in our minds, hearts, and in our blood. We all have a responsibility to protect what has given us life for years, the caribou and the important habitats like the calving grounds. Sorry about that. That sustain the caribou and our livelihood. The caribou have very acute sensory abilities, and the effects of industrial development and how it impacts the caribou is not fully understood by Western science. We can't begin to have the understanding that our elders have. They have knowledge passed on to them from over thousands of years. They have a knowledge and an understanding beyond the written word of the land we call home. It is our responsibility now to protect the land and caribou. We have to understand the true consequences of our actions because the caribou have sustained us for a millennia, and now we must make the right decisions to protect them from the threat of extinction and harm. If caribou don't exist, we won't exist. It would be a systemic decimation of a people, livelihood, and culture, similar to what happened to the bison and the indigenous groups that depended on them. Yes, we are progressive and developing, but we also have a responsibility to protect the important caribou habitats. All the developments in the north have Sorry about that. All the developments in the north have already impacted us on our territory. The migration of caribou and caused declines in their populations. We owe it to our children and future generations to make responsible decisions. In my time, I would not want to be responsible for the irresponsibility of man in destroying what sustains us and its habitat. We have become desensitized too much of the harm that developments have on all living things and their habitat. We, all of us here, must respect and protect the living beings within the land, irrespective of boundaries, because of our identities as distinct cultures can and will, because our identities as distinct cultures can and will be adversely impacted. Ongoing consultation and involvement in this land use plan must continue past this hearing. Anything that is relevant to us, we need to be kept informed and updated. Oh. Sorry about that. I should have gave them a copy. Do I need to do this again? I guess we need to be kept informed and updated to make sure that our interests and rights are protected. I am going to end with a quote from my late elder from Fond du Lac, Lake Leon Fern. And this is in Denim. Yuchanga etana as dalnitlilki e dalnitlilki jose chude hetlil chutiltie. The same blood that spills in the calving grounds during calving is the same blood that fills my veins. In order for our people to survive, we must protect the caribou and wear the caribou calf. I'd say thank you, and that would be it.
Thank you very much. Who's next?
Oh, I'll introduce Corinne Saize, Black Lake.
Okay. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Corinne Saize, Chief of Black Lake Denison First Nation. We are thankful to be here today to provide our comments on the draft land use plan for Nunavut. I want to thank the elder for our Dene prayer this morning, for opening and to the drummers for opening today's gathering in a good way. Thank you to the organizers, the commissioners, and to other speakers and community representatives here, including our relatives, Hotel Dene, Denison Hine. When we look at the draft Nunavut land use plan, one of the most important aspects to us is the caribou and the lands that sustain them. The bearing ground herds that have their calves in Nunavut and travel into our territories for the fall and winter. Through these migrations of the caribou, we are connected to lands and the people across Nunavut. Our families, our homes and communities are all built on a foundation of our relationship with the caribou. Our bodies, minds, and spirit are fed by the caribou. We are the caribou. So having the opportunity to speak today is very important to me and our people. We are all fortunate to be here today to plan for the future. A future where we want to see large, healthy herds of caribou following their ancient migration routes and shaping the lands with their movement. A future where our great-grandchildren continue to follow our cultural traditions in relationship with the caribou. A future where the caribou may once again be flourishing enough to come into our communities as in the old days. This is a unique opportunity to decide what kind of future we want before the land is covered with developments and before the caribou population start to truly crash. Right now, here together, we can stand up and say that we want a future with caribou. And now is our opportunity to make that happen. I am happy to see that this plan has protected the most important habitat like Calvin and post-Calvin grounds. It is much better to decide now to protect caribou and plan to make it happen rather than try to fix a broken landscape after populations have begun crashing, as we have seen in other places. That is the situation that is a sad reality with wildlife all across Turtle Island, but here we can protect our caribou, their ancient migration, and so protect our cultural and way of life. In our community, teaching our children our tradition ways is very important to us. I, as a residential school survivor, had lost my cultural upbringing, so learning my cultural, cutting up the caribou, making dry meat, all those traditions that I learn now is fulfilling for me and my fellow survivors. We have our caribou camps where elders teach youth about the caribou, how to harvest, and how to properly respect caribou and use every part of them. We teach them our ceremonies, which are a very important part of our relationship with caribou, and the drum, an important way we show respect to the caribou. We are thinking of these children and hold them with us here today as we make our comments on the plan. Every child matters. They are our future. Marcy Cho.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to be getting into the slides, PowerPoint presentation, and we're going to start off with David Bigay. I'll get him to introduce himself.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
Masti cho selotine Johnny Dilly. Ta asli de no ba ne tidarin town. El galera no ba ne tidari town. Don dari economy stande atinizon hilsin lasan ors kana be ba na do a. Honni de ya ti edana.
And make issues that concern
Col dear you Johnny Dilly masti listen. I'd like to thank each and every one that are participating here today. It's an honor and a pleasure to be part of this such event. My heart burdens when we talk about the caribou. We are the caribou people. We come from the caribou. Before we conduct our presentation, I want to tell you a story. Betsune Nishan, grandmother's story. Back in the old days of 17th century, our ancestors roamed around in Northwest Territories. Back then there was no boundaries and none of it. Somewhere in Baker Lake area, our Dene Sonsine Caribou people were there roaming. But this one elderly, a wisdom-wise old lady living alone, had no child or no kids or no family. One particular evening, there was lots of caribou around that time. One particular evening, there was a child crying out on a lake. And in that tribe of Denison Chine, and nobody replied. They started wondering because the child is crying. Every time the people go out on a lake to look for that crying child, there was nobody there. They did that several times. But this one old lady, Bitsoni Nisha, our grandmother, walked up to the group and asked, "What's going on out there?" One of them replied and said, "Sitsune," means grandma. "We hear a child crying out on a lake. We don't know whose child." So the elderly monitor and watch the group of young people and middle age going out on the lake again because there was a crying going on. They came back, nothing. Again, a child cried. So elderly, Sitsune went out on a lake alone with a cane made out of a tamarack tree, walking towards where the child is crying. He followed the sound of a child crying. And when she made it to a caribou dropping, moved that dropping with a cane, found a little tiny child, a thumb-sized child in that caribou dropping. She picked it up, raised him. It was a boy. He only grew up to 3 feet tall. And he was connected to a caribou, and he was a dene. He formed himself back into a caribou and wanders around with caribou. And then he'll come back. He'll bring the caribou back to feed us. He lived amongst us for so many years. And one day, he left back to the caribou. That story was brought up onto us generation over generation. And our elders always told us, we are Dene caribou people. So our heart remains with our caribou. Our blood flows with caribou. We have passion for caribou. As much as the Inuit have passion with their land, I'm sure they have stories like that too, which really exist and happen. We've got to protect those. Caribou will not speak for themselves. We've got to stand up for them and believe and speak for them. This is our time and opportunity to address the issues, importance of the caribou in our lives, in Denison and all nation. Good day, everyone. We are Denison made out of 3. Black Lake, Hatch Lake, Fawn Lake, Denison First Nation. Our communities we can't seem to get the slide going.
There we go.
Sorry about that. We couldn't get the slide going. Our community are located in northern Saskatchewan, and our territories extend into what are now Nunavut and Northwest Territories, the story that I just told you. No Nene, our land, our heart. In our Denison language is the name we use for our territories. This map shows you our traditional use in Nunavut section of our territories. This includes travel routes, overnight spots, locations with important stories and trapping routes. We continue to use the land of our cultural activities for hunting, fishing, trapping, and gathering to this day. Here you can see our communities in the bottom left side of this map, along with the ranges of Camarac and Beverly herds. As you can see, we are all connected across the land by the caribou, between Dene and Inuit. And we have a responsibility to work together with unity so that caribou can continue to move freely through their important habitats and migration paths. The decisions made in the Nunavut land use plan will have a large impact on our people. It will play a key role in the future of the caribou who are central to our way of life and cultural. For thousands of years, the Denisonshine have relied on barren ground caribou such as the Camarac and Beverly herds, whose ranges overlap with our territories. We are caribou people. Caribou are essential for the life, health, and culture of our people. It is not too much to say that without caribou, there would be no Denisonshine today. It is important for us. Ensuring protection of this herd across its entire range and migration route is a top priority for the Athabasca Denisonshine. It is critical that the Nunavut land use plan provides strong and meaningful protection to caribou habitat. This means that we cannot allow activities that negatively affect caribou to take place on important caribou habitat, such as calving and post-calving grounds and long migration routes. We know that caribou are sensitive animals and vulnerable to human changes on the landscape. They are so vulnerable. We know that. We live with them, we travel with them, and they are our bloodline. Our harvesters and communities are already feeling the pain of the caribou no longer coming as far south in their range as they used to. For so many years, they haven't been coming down to where we used to hunt. We have witnessed sharp decline in caribou herds and felt the impact of our people and way of life. It's declining tremendously. We need to focus on that. Why is it happening? Are we going to disturb them still? Or are we going to protect them? Question relies on the decision we do here and in the future. There is no short-term economic gain that can outweigh the importance of long-term protection of caribou for the future generation, for our future kids our kids matters. We welcome the increased protection for barren ground caribou in the 2021 draft land use plan. At a minimum, protecting the calving and post-calving grounds year-round is required for the long-term health of the caribou. Protection of caribou cannot be accomplished without protection of the habitat. The current limited use and conditional use areas should not be reduced, and in fact, we believe that more of the migration pathways could be protected. At this time, I'd like to hand over our next presenter, my colleague.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Peter Gazenlary. I'm with the Hatchet Lake Denisonshine First Nation. As I continue with this, we strongly agree with the protection of important caribou habitats such as calving, post-calving grounds, key access corridors, and freshwater crossings using limited use designations. Protecting caribou habitat year-round is essential. It is not enough to use mitigation. That said, we do have questions and concerns about the number of projects that will be exempted within limited use areas that may weaken and protection they give. And we want to ensure that the Nunavut Land Use Plan remains proactive in updating and plan and caribou protections if caribou numbers continue to decline. Preventing disturbance to their important habitat must be top priority to ensure the long-term survival of the caribou and for the protection of the rights and cultural values of our future generations. Sorry. I'll slow down. Continuing. The maps in the current versions of the draft land use plan did not show the Athabasca Denisonshine land use, but sorry, but it did. I was aware of that. Since the Nunavut portion of the Nunavut is currently designated as mixed use and therefore not protected by conditional or limited use designations, it is especially important that the land use plan accurately identify our rights and interests, including land use and occupancy as value components. This is the map we provided to the Planning Committee in 2009, showing Athabasca Denisonshine values within our territories in Nunavut. We believe that it is important that these values are included within the land use plan maps to ensure that Denisonshine values are visible. As we have said, we strongly support the protection of important caribou habitat through limit use designations that provide year-round prohibition and certain uses. We are concerned that the exempt projects allowed to move forward within a critical caribou habitats may significantly weaken the protection of the land designations and lead to more declines in caribou populations. We are also concerned that the list of projects exempted on the Appendix A may grow since the 2021 draft plan was released. Given how serious the impacts to critical caribou habitat may be, we strongly recommend that no projects are added to the list of exemptions in Appendix A, and that the Nunavut Planning Commission minimize as much as possible projects that are exempted from the designation. We must do everything possible to limit activities that negatively impact caribou within critical caribou habitat. With that, I'll give it to one of my colleagues here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Ian Denart here. I'm with the Black Lake Band, Denison First Nation. I'm the next presenter.
Please stay close to the mic. Thanks.
We are deeply troubled to see the limited use designation created. That will put a transmission corridor through critical caribou, cabin, and post-cabin habitat. Our communities have seen what happens when roads and transmission lines come into a caribou habitat. The caribou leaves. We know that caribou are sensitive to and impacted by these developments. And more work needs to be done to understand this project would impact the caribou and the caribou habitat. We believe it is too soon to include this project in the plan at this time, until more is understood about its impacts and the potential for alternative routes. The Athabasca, Denison and Huntilnene, Hutinendene are both Denison peoples with important rights and interests in Nunavut. We have had many challenges throughout this process with not being recognized as distinct and unique groups, with unique governance, histories, and practices on the land. Our distinct identities need to acknowledge and be respected. We ask that this map be changed to reflect two distinct groups and territories, and request that Nunavut Planning Commission recognizes the Athabasca Denison and Huntil as a unique and independent peoples. Thank you. Now I'll pass it on to my next presenter.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I will finish off the remaining of the slides and presentation. I'm going to get into something that is a little bit more boring, but I think it's really important to be heard. As you have heard, JKD had already spoke a little bit about that in their presentation.
Sorry for a sec. Just need your name for the transcript, please. Thanks.
Ron Robillard. I'm with the Athabasca Denison and a band member of Black Lake First Nation Treaty 8. The duty to consult is something that's very important to us. As you have heard, the presentation that was made by JKD earlier, and that's something that has to be taken seriously by the government, the Crown, where there's an impact on our communities, our way of life, and exercising our rights. The government has to be very careful in how they approach that. And this is a very good example. Being here today, we're talking about a land use plan that's going to cover a large area in Nunavut. and that's where the caribou are. All the caribou are within the calving grounds within the Nunavut territory. And so we're very concerned about that. The land use plan triggers a duty to consult on the part of the Crown. Although the Nunavut Planning Commission is leading public discussions, the final plan must be approved by the Minister of Northern Affairs, the Minister of Environment for Nunavut, and designated Inuit organizations. The plan for consultation on the final plan is not clear to us. It is not enough for NPC to hold these public hearings. The Crown must engage directly with the Athabasca Denisotlané prior to a plan finalization and approval. Another consultation issue is the lack of adequate funding to support our team and our delegation to be here. While I'm thankful that NPC has covered the expenses to bring some of our delegation here, but we represent the Athabasca Denisotlané. We represent close to 6,000 people in the Athabasca region, and there's only few numbers that are here because of the funding issue. While we're hopeful that these hearings would take place in our community, that's not the case, but yet we're here. Without capacity, you cannot have informed and meaningful dialogue, as you have heard, as required by the duty to consult. Consultation without capacity raises serious challenges, something which has been acknowledged by the courts, and we're all familiar with that. The draft use plan is not an easy document to understand. It's very complicated, it's very technical. You will require human resources, manpower to be able to review all the detailed documents, and so that our people can fully understand and be engaged. The capacity funding in this process has not been sufficient for the Athabasca Denisotlané to bring our technical advisors or legal counsel, fully explore issues raised by the draft Nunavut land use plan, provide the detail of responses needed to fully explain the Athabasca Denisotlané concerns. So that's one of the issues that we had raised coming here. Is our technical team, is our legal team covered by these expenses? And we were denied that. And so that's something that's coming out of our pocket as we sit here. Any technical team that you see here with us are covered by our own expenses. And when we talk about the duty to consult, that comes very concerning for me. Consultation without adequate resources cannot be reasonable. To help ensure meaningful and informed dialogue, this process requires additional capacity funding with which to research and better understand the issues raised in the public hearings, an opportunity to submit further submissions in response to those issues, additional adequate funding to support consultations on plan finalization and implementation. This planning process is an opportunity to make a strong stand to protect the caribou, as you have heard by the leadership that had spoken today, and some of the presenters that spoke, the youth, and you're going to hear it some more from the elders too as well. We're here to protect for the caribou for future generations, to ensure that caribou generations will be able to continue our way of life and culture. We are encouraged by strong protections provided by the limited use areas and concerns about how existing rights and proposed projects within those limits may weaken those protections. We urge the Planning Commission and decision makers to ensure that caribou protections remain strong. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak here today, and thank you, the Commission, for allowing us the time to do that. And now, in concluding our presentation, I would like to give an opportunity for the elders to speak, to say a few words about what it means to them, about their relationship with the land, with the caribou, and what gives them identity of who we are as Denison people. So I would hand it over to Elder Louis Josie.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
My name is Louis Josie from Hatch Lake Bend, and I will speak in my language, Dana.
Right now, when they came in from our communities, from all the areas in Saskatchewan,
today that we got here, I'd like to thank all the elders and the drummers that opened the ceremony that happened today. And I'm going to speak in my language and everything. And today that we're here today, we're talking about the importance of the caribou. The caribou, us that many years ago up to today, our generation in the past that here today that followed the migration route of the caribou into the land. The caribou is our blood. Caribou, if we hear about the caribou, even though far away from us, we still feel it in our hearts. We used to see a lot of herds of caribou in the days in our territory. The last time we seen that kind of herd was 2003. That's the last time we seen a herd of caribou in Wollaston Lake. The reason why that the caribou is very important to us, the land use planning right now that's in front of us, in relation to that, how can we make this decision strong in regards to the caribou habitat, the caribou protected area, and everything like that? How can we make a really positive protection for the caribou for the future generation? This is for the future generation. We have to prepare for them. We're lots of us, a big tribe. We have to protect the caribou for the future generation. If we don't, they're going to have a hard time and see nothing. In the development in the cabin area, all the development that's happening, there has to be protection. They have to be very careful and respect the sacredness of the land, the cabin ground, the habitat area in the caribou territory. Us, we cross the Denison Center, across the province. We rely on the caribou. If we don't have no caribou, we feel lost. When can we see the caribou? We think when the fall time comes. All our relatives, our generation in the past, our grandfathers and our grandmothers rely and live on the caribou. And that's the same thing we're doing right now today. Even the cabin ground right now of all of the mineral development and us knowing that we have to also, how can we make things work better for the caribou protection, for the protection of the caribou? With that, right now, that's all I have to share for you today. And our other elders, I'm sure they're going to address concerns to us. Thank you very much for giving me time.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hello,
My name is Alfred Naldo.
I'm Alfred Naldo.
Fond du Lac, Saskatchewan.
Fond du Lac, Saskatchewan.
I'm glad the chief had got me over here to do
I'm
this
very
speak
happy
with
that
people out
Chief
here. And I'm a trapper and hunter too before. Anyway, we hear a lot of stories to do how to help each other on both sides. But I'll mention that in my Dene and the interpreter for me over there, so I'll do it Dene. Se koe te henasni o sa nisi sa. Ko nunisi se koe tro, ten koe nei teo.
When I was a young kid, we used to live in Fond du Lac. There used to be a lot of caribou. Every time I fall time, we used to caribou herd that come near us. And a lot of people would travel out and hunt that, and that is how we lived. We are caribou people. And how David had mentioned before, he is correct. And how people had traveled for the caribou, and we are caribou people. Now, when I think of it, when we think of caribou, when the Urium City town began, they used to have power line. The power line used to go up to 135 miles. That was how the Uranium City and the El Dorado mine worked. And after that, in 1980s, they had set up power line, and that is where caribou used to migrate to. There used to be a lot of caribou, and I remember where in Fond du Lac when I used to be in school in 1952. And when the fall time, the caribou migrated. In November, there used to be a lot of caribou. When you just look over the hill, it just looked for 2 miles. You could see up to 2 miles. There used to be a lot of them. He's even close to the town. And from there, in the 1980s, after the power line was set up, in the spring, it was the fall. In the fall time, that was the last time the caribou had migrated to our area, and it never migrated south from that because it doesn't like the power line. It's not just there. No, if you look at it today, up in the north of Divik Mart, that is the same thing that happened. Caribou used to come from there. We used to live off that caribou. But now the road has set up in the power line, and the caribou had stopped going in that area. I got family that work in that area, and they know this. So a couple of years ago, and over the years, there used to be caribou that migrated through the area, but out to into the construction line. But then it hasn't happened since again. And as if we think of it now, where the mines are, there we got good jobs, a lot of jobs. And when we used to live off Caribou Mill, where the caribou used to migrate, we used to have jobs too. And we had commercial fishing, trapping. There used to be a lot of things going on for us. Now the government had stopped that all, and how can we trap and how would the young people learn how to trap, and how would they live now? Setting up mines is a good thing. I know it's a positive thing, how to make a living, but it doesn't last long. Whatever the minerals there are mining, once it's over, it's over. We got a good land, and then our land is damaged, and then it'll go back again. I've seen a lot that happening. And now with the power line they're planned out to send up on a Nunavut land, where the caribou grounds, where they're breeding, and where their breeding grounds, if there was a power line going through that, what would happen to the caribou? They would not stay in the same spot because of the power line. It's a very negative thing for the caribou. and then they will decline in numbers again because life will be difficult for them. And if it wasn't that for the people, and the people that live in the area, if they talk against the power line and where that power line is now, it'll be there forever. And if there is a boundary around it, it would have been a positive thing. We got to think that way too. You know, it'll be good for them and it'll be good for us. And there's a lot of jobs everywhere. They share a lot they communicate good, and if they work together, they'll come up with a good solution. And if any people that come together like us share words and what they've seen and how it is, and that's how they communicate. And that is how I mean that'll be a good communication with a good outcome. I'm not talking against it. It's a really positive thing. And the roads are good. But for the wildlife and how they live and how the caribou and us as caribou people, and if the caribou declines on us, then for the future generation, it will decline on them and it will be difficult for them to live. And it won't be a positive thing for the future generation if that happens. And that is why I'm saying I am happy. I'm sitting with you guys, sharing my words. It's not very much, but I hope in the future, we continue to help each other. Mercy. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Mercy.
Thank you.
My name is John Locke, Blacklick Elders.
I am happy to be here talking about the caribou topic. Caribou is we live off the caribou. And us as elders here, sitting here, this is my first time being sitting here with the group as an elder and talking about caribou. Now that we think of caribou and where the grounds, on the grounds of caribou herding, where they lay their calves, and the topic of where the power line would be going through is what I'm thinking of. If they had set up if they rerouted the power line, it would have been good. We gotta put a good strong word into it. We gotta help each other. And I'm not gonna say much about it, but this is all I'm gonna say. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, my relatives. I'm happy to hear to this gathering. Thank you for the opening prayers and opening jubbers. George St. Pierre, Wish, Wollaston Lake. The drummers that did an opening, they did a really good job, and the prayers, and it's very useful. The drumming is very useful. You used it for our future, and our ancestors had used it before us, and it's very important. They call the caribou using the drums, because they say the caribou hears the drum. I have heard many stories of that. Our ancestors used to know a lot about this. And regarding the caribou topic, where the caribou migrate, and if there's something happening where the caribou migrates, it's very important the caribou would not go there again. So it would be very important to keep the caribou migration, to keep it safe as possible and nothing interfering through the migration route. and if it does happen, the caribou would stop. And in our area, we're lacking caribou. There's a lot of minings en route of the caribou herd where they migrate to, and that makes it difficult for us because we live off caribou. And they say the caribou was once human, and the caribou, whatever they herd, that the herd comes towards us, they would used to stand in front of us, and you could hear the caribou talk. It was a calf that was talking. They would say, hurry up, our relatives are hungry, they need us, let's go to them. That's what they used to say. We love the caribou, and the caribou loves us too, because we live off them. They were put on land for us, and what the elders used to say, our Lord have set the caribou on the ground for us to eat and for us to survive, and they will not disappear from us. That's what the elders used to tell us. And their elders were wise, and now our elders have passed away and gone, and now the elders, there's not much elders that are over age of 80. As we're going through that time where we have to talk to our youth how to hunt and how to respect caribou, we always have to tell them. And it will be a very good thing, and where we teach them how to hunt and respect the caribou without alcohol. But they still take it anyway. Even though we try to stop them, but I believe the caribou doesn't like those kind of things. So the animals that were brought on earth for us, and we have to respect our culture and respect our caribou. So if there's a caribou that stop on our way, and it is us that we have to go to them to survive. So we have to respect the caribou. Let's respect the caribou wherever we go up north, and whatever is happening in the north where the caribou migration is. I hope the caribou path is respected. And anything that is being done, they have to know the information that's being known regarding the caribou. Maybe the caribou will come back to us. So it is up to here. I will share my words with you. Mercy, thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
I thank you that we gather here for you and share information, and it will be a good outcome in the end. So where the caribou migrates, a lot of people know how the good solution would be regarding the caribou. There'll be a good job. I know you do a good job for the people. We come, as you say, that we come from the caribou people, and how the caribou had lived with us. We know the stories, among stories shared, the people that had once a caribou had gone back to caribou. After a while, and there was no caribou in our area. This is the old story that was passed down. So once the caribou had stopped migrating to us, a lot of people go up north. One person that went up north for the caribou. There was this one person that had this rope around his neck, and then that's where they say the caribou was down the line. And then once they released the rope, now they say that caribou have gone back to the people. There's a lot of stories in regard. It is not just this that know this. It's an oral story where it was shared among the generations. Us as Dene people, it's not just us. There's a lot of people that live around in the area where they have grew up with hardship. It's not just us. Manitoba people and everywhere the people they had grew up with hardships. Now I know that we cannot speak for long. It's not regarding a paper, but without paper, but we could. If you don't go to school, you don't know any paper to write in the paper, but how the caribou migrates, and if you guys come up with a solution, and if the people from Nunavut will help us, it would be a good thing. Thank you. Support it.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Isidore from Bonala to Counter and Treaty 8. Thank you very much for speaking on behalf of the National Feda. And I'll say everything in my language because I'm Montana. Merci, Joe.
Marcel, I'd like to thank you for coming here, gathering us. We're talking about an important topic right now, and I'd like to thank the openings for the drummers, and it's very important, and it's really important to me. We live off caribou, and if there's no caribou, it just seems like we would have nothing. The caribou meat is very important to us. It's a necessity of life. We travel up to the north. We're in the north where the caribou is. It's very important. And if we live off the white man's meat, that's not our food, but it's our caribou that we live off. That is our necessity of life. One thing I would like to share a story with you. In the 70s, that's where the caribou used to migrate to in our area, and in the 1980s. And also in 1992, with the last time where the caribou migrated 4 miles from our area, that was in community of Fond du Lac. And since then, the caribou was the last time it came, and every time they go farther and farther north from us. In 2007, it declined a lot in numbers. No, I don't understand why there's a caribou declination, and I think why does it happen? I always think of that. Since November, December, the Beverly caribou used to migrate to us. So in December, November, that's where they used to migrate to us. But now I'm thinking, why has it declined in numbers? And now in 2015, I'm still thinking of it. Since the computers, laptop technology came up, it tells us what the information we need to know. And it's from the David Mike in 1992 when they set up the mine. And since the road has come, that is where the caribou declined in our area, so that was from 2015. And after the road was played and the mine was in place, the caribou had went up farther north, far away from us. And we are caribou people, and it's very important to it. And we see caribou from way up in the northwest area, and now they're farther away from us. There was a radio back in the day, and now they don't have that now. Now we have phone, like how we know about caribou. That's where we get our information from, using our cell phones. 200 miles, 300 miles, we could still know, we would know where the caribou is. It's just like right beside us, because the information is in our hand. And from the past stories, the old stories that was shared down, it was very respected. We got to respect the caribou, and it is being respected. I don't want to talk much, but this is my first time talking in public, like public meeting like this. At first, I used to be hesitant. I used to be scared going to public meetings like this. But now when I think of it, it's not just for me that I'm talking about. I'm talking for my grandson. When my wife cooks and would bring me a plate of food that's caribou, and he would eat it, and he would eat lots of caribou meat, and he would decline the white man's food. He would ask for more caribou meat and ask for meat, and that's what he loves to eat, because that is what he is. He wouldn't eat the white man's people. And for that reason, I'm not hesitant to talk in public and for the future generations. And that is how we got to set our words into place right now for them. So I'd like to thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
My name is Martin Madden from Tonga, I'm a first time for meeting this kind of from territory and Dennis Messina. The first time. I never speak like this with that many people before. Well, let's start with Dana now. Well, mercy, Johnny.
I'm happy to be here together with this crowd. And like the elder that came up with an opening for this morning, or the opening drum, I would like to thank them all. And we are all one people. We are white people, Dene people, and all the people that are in the world. We are one people. And for this, the topic we're talking about is the caribou. I remember for a long time, with the caribou. People used to live in William City in 55, 56. There was a beaver lodge is a big building. And every fall time, the caribou used to migrate, and the lake is big where the caribou used to fill it up. And since I was a kid until this day, I had never seen that much caribou, since that was the last time. Many times I've traveled, I've never seen that much caribou since then. There's Alfred and Laurent that I used to travel with them hunting caribou. They had taught me lots, and it really benefited me when I traveled with them. And where the calving grounds are is that we're talking about, in the power line. The power line is at fall 2 with the decrease in numbers of caribou. Back in 1970 in where my son's house is, that's where I used to kill caribou. And it was just not even a mile away. And since then, that was the last time the caribou had migrated to the community. And from the power line had started every time, and every year the caribou went farther up north. And it was last year and the year before in 2018, the last time I went hunting. And that's very far up to Mary's Lake. That was where I went hunting with other people. And last year, they kind of went closer to us, but not so much. It is us that we cannot live without And here, sitting as a group, we cannot live without caribou. Even though we're the caribou that is far, everybody knows where they are. And if you come to a little kid, they would tell you where the caribou is. Even the kids benefit from this information. And they would say, like, the system is here for us. We know we would be fed. And for this, the caribou is an important pocket. And we have to put in the strong words for it. And this is the first time that I gather with people here, and the people that come from far to gather good information. They would come up with a good solution, and this is very important topic. I would not say much for that in regards to this, but I'd like to thank everybody that are here in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
I would like to say thank you to the people who participated since this morning until now. Inuit, all that the government, all that Denison 3 First Nation, and 2 from Manitoba First Nation. We all motivate each other. We have a good and I'd like to say the open church this morning for the elders, and now I will speak with my language. Versicho Adria at fun
the topic regarding the caribou, it says Denison people, we only have one word. And we are the caribou people, and we heard a lot of stories since this morning. And negotiators the negotiators and how they had shared their stories, and the land they traveled on. And none of the people, the land use planning people, just listen really good to it as I was sharing stories so we could benefit it for the future. For the future, it's not just for us, it is for our future generations.
100 years old, ik is niet dat o dreni
we had a lot of we know we had a lot of work to do under this land, but we know that we all live in the same area. Caribou is very important to us, and we live off that. If there was no caribou, this would give us really hardship. A lot of people had shared stories about caribou. It's been a long time since they had migrated to us in our area.
Our union was unique the starting back 70s till 2000.
Forest fires, and back in 2000, lead-burn policy. That lead-burn policy, they had held it against us, and for that reason, caribou had stopped migrating towards us, and for a long time. Now the land is growing back. The caribou, and when you mentioned earlier, you could travel far from it, even though it's a long distance. When it comes to a time where the harvesting area for our caribou to prepare for the summer, a lot of people travel really far distance for the herd, to get to the herd. And in the Northwest Territories, it's a very long distance. I've lived in the territories for traveling and harvesting for my rights. I have traveled long routes, and for the Nunavut area and for its border, I had traveled close to there, but I had never been on their land. It's a really beautiful land. It's a very beautiful land, and it's a very good land. I haven't seen it during the summer, but I've seen lots of it during the winter. It's a beautiful land. It has lots of its positions. And so for the future, if we help each other, we have to be strong, and I have to put in strong words into it. And what and for our kids, for our grandchildren, and for our relatives who will benefit from it in the future. We have to put a good, strong words into it, and a lot of elders that are sitting here, and there's a lot of Inuit people here. There are elders, and if we share our stories, our good stories together, and if we work together, we would come up with a good outcome. It'll be very positive. It's just like we are relatives because we just live close to each other. We're considered as relatives. We know each other. We know our land. We know what's our land, and we respect it. And we survived off it. We harvested, we left off caribou, we went trapping and respected the caribou. Even the furs were expensive that time. There's a lot of people that went through that. And there's a lot of stories that are elders that have shared their stories, and that is how they had shared their stories traveling on the land for the traveler. And now it's the same story where it come. Now the fur prices have declined, and the people go trapping. The price for the fur is declined. The stuff are expensive. The gas is expensive. The 1 liter costs $4 on our community. So when the future comes, and the fall time is still a long time, and if you take 245 gallons, that'll take a round trip to the north and bring food back to our home. There's a mine that went out that was close to us, but it's not close, and nobody benefited. The people that are left off good off, and with the money that they have benefited from it. But now we have gathered here. We have to think positive of it. All the information information that was gathered, we have to put it together and work and come up with a good solution, come up with a good papers for the future generations. We are not here to talk against any plans. We talk to work together so it benefit the future. We could recognize each other and how we have to work together. So we have to respect each other's words and listen to each other, and that is the way we'll work together in the future for good relationship. There's a big land. There's Nunavut land, Northwest Territories land, and the border that was put in the 1950s where they had set up the border, and now that had gave us a hardship for the Saskatchewan residents and the Manitoba residents. And because of the border, that had brought us hardship. But we still, God recognizes, God sees us, that we all work together. He sees us come together and to work together. And if we listen together and put in good words to it, and for the future generation, and regarding the wildlife, we have to respect it. And if it's without the wildlife, we would have no future, because that is we benefit of us, and as the future we live off it. We have to respect it and watch it, protect it. So the people that live off seal, all of the marine life, we respect that, and that is how we live off that too. And the words that we put on, we have to listen to each other and come up with a good thing. This is not like the old days. The people did not go to school. They were not taught English. They were not taught to write, and they only speak their language. That's where they have a lot of people were disrespected back then. But now today, there's a telenologist there. Everybody's going to school. We're all going to school. We're all work together, and a lot of people were taught well. Now they go to universities, and they all have together. There would be no hardship in the future. So how we share the information together, we'd like to thank all of you, and a safe trip back home, back to your families and to your kids. That's how I'm going to go. Thank you. Mercy.
Thank you. Could I just get you to state your name again? I missed it up front.
Oh, I'm sorry, my name is Napoleon Paquette. I'm from First Nation, and I'm one of the Ben Council, and I just speak behalf of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, good day everyone. Before I get started, I state my name. I'm Ian Bernard. I'm from Black Lake, Saskatchewan. And today, on behalf of the Athabasca Denison Kline people, I'm here as a youth representative. And there's a few things, important things that I experienced and stuff like that, and I want to talk behalf on. As a young man to be here, it's an honor to be here and to see the Inuit people, the Until Inuit, Dene, and Athabasca, and everyone else that are in here. And I'd like to say thank you to the elder that did the opening prayers and the drummers that we did. So, yeah, I'll just do this in English and maybe a few here and there, Denny. So, as a young man today here, the knowledge that getting passed on from the elders, it's a really important aspect for us. And the caribou stories and all that stuff that's being said here today, and the elders that had taught us, that's the knowledge that I want to take. And as they say, we're speaking on behalf of the caribou and our people. And that's the knowledge that I want to pass it on to the young generations. But without caribou, we won't be able to have that knowledge and won't be able to pass it on. The first time that I went on a caribou hunt, I was 6 years old. And my father made me taste that caribou kidney, that fresh caribou kidney. And it was so rich that made me happy and made me who I am today. I'm pretty sure all the Dene people that has caribou, it doesn't matter money, it doesn't matter. When you have caribou, that makes you richer. It doesn't make you feel poor, it just makes you feel richer. You know, there's one quote that I always kept from the elders. As long as there is caribou, there is always going to be Dene people. As long as the caribou lives, that's how long the Dene people will live. And from the past that I want to talk to you about the industries, the transition lines and all those kind of stuff. I see what it have done to the caribou. In our community in the northern Saskatchewan, south of us, there are mine sites and the transition lines. Over the years, the caribou has been going far and far. And there are some lessons from that. And when I look at this land use planning from the Nunavut, talking about that transition line, I think if once there's a transition line there, for us, it's like they're gonna block off the caribou from the cabin grounds and the travel routes. So, yeah, now I'll pass it on to my next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead when you're ready.
My name is John Toussaint. I'm from Black Lake First Nation, band consular. And first of all, I would like to thank each one of you that made it to this assembly, meeting, planning, hearing. It's very important to respect each other. It's very important to respect the animals. It's true. I speak from my heart. I don't write it down. I hear my elders speaking. When I was a child, my father died 65 years old, heart attack. 1985, September 25. He was a chief too. Speak for the people with a caring heart and respect. Now I speak on behalf of my people. This opportunity that I got, I want to be straightforward and open. With my relatives, I call you, Inuit people, because they were there when we were there. I remember the stories when the Inuit people met the Dene first time. They were friendly, share. They meet only once a year in a winter in 40 belows out there somewhere around Baker Lake areas. So therefore, I will speak with my language right now because I'm proud of you, Inuit people, that you speak your language too. And we are proud to speak our language too. And I respect the people, the black people, the yellow people, all around the world, the human beings. In order for us to make a better for the future generation, we have to hear each other's and respect each other's, respect the animals, and also environmental. Some people don't really care about these things when it comes to tsamba, cash, money. They forget about their history. While the ancestors survive off great-grandfathers. This drum was passed on to me when I was 18 years old by the elders from my community, Black Lake First Nation. Till then, I'm still carrying it. When I drum, I respect the drum. We all have different songs, us Dene people. The song that I will sing for you in closing is a prayer song, it's a hope song, it's a faith song, and healing. It's all combined. And celebrate too. I'd like
to say thank you for the talking about caribou. We have to protect the caribou for the future generations and for future generations. Us as a wood here, we're here for a short time. Sharing stories together, giving each other presents with the Inuit people, the white people. We have to help each other. We'll come with a positive outcome. I do not disrespect you, and I respect the work that you are doing. I don't know. It may have happened or it's happening. We don't know yet. But in the past, the drum. And what my friend had mentioned earlier this morning, that when you drum, the caribou would migrate towards it.
All those years, all that you need, 1990, what's in?
From the 1990s, that was where the caribou had declined, and it's true. Even though we drum, there is still no caribou. But we're not giving up, we're still drumming.
Because we have hope.
We still have hope.
So I'd like to say thank you.
I don't want to talk furthermore. I'd like to thank you. So I'd like to appreciate the time that you have given me.
I was going to say something in my the other language there, Inuit, saying thank you, great day, mercy, but I think I forgot about it. But I'll try. A blue check, it's hard, it's very hard. Your language is very hard. A blue check, alacha, something like that. That means thank you, have a good day, my friends, something like that. So in closing, I will sing my song. I lost my drumstick. Okay, here it is. Okay, sorry about that. I'll give it back to Ron.
Thank you very much. I guess my question is, do we ask a few questions and then break, or do we have a supper and have questions after? We're back at 6. So I think that was a very fitting end for this session. Thank you very much. We'll take a break. We'll be back for 6. And we will have our question period at 6. So if you could all come back sit right where you are right now. It might be for a few minutes, could be for a couple hours. We don't know right now. Something to look forward to. Okay, see you all at 6. Thank you very much. So the presenters are good to go. Do you have any questions, Jonathan? Okay. Please go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commissions. I don't have any specific questions for the Athabasca Dene Soufflene. I would, however, just appreciate the opportunity to note that the clear presentations and recommendations are greatly appreciated and understood by the Commission. And when revising the draft plan, there are certainly some corrections that will be implemented to the upcoming draft plan to clarify things as you've recommended, and your other input and feedback will be given full consideration when the Commission is revising the draft plan. So just a thank you and acknowledgement for the detailed comments that have been provided today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Is there any questions from the community participants? I don't see anybody standing. Any questions from registered participants? I don't see any. Any from public members? Okay. We have one from the table.
Excuse me. Other than the ones that I pointed out in one of the bullets there about being kept updated and as to anything that pertains to the Athabasca Dene, that we be notified and be kept abreast of. That's it.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to say thank you very much for your presentation, and we'll move on to the next one. Thanks for coming back. Our next presenter is the Beverly and Kamarayak Board, Wildlife Board, or Caribou Management Board. I got to work at getting my names right. While we're waiting, though, I know our chairperson would very much want me to make this very clear. Oral presentations are very important and carry just as much weight as a written presentation. So everybody's voice matters. So all those that made the comment about the first time presenting, your voice matters just as much as anybody else's. Please go ahead when you're ready. Name and organization. Thank you.
Thank you. I feel so alone up here after that Athabasca Dene group. Thank you. So thank you. I just wanted to start by thanking the elder this morning that did the opening prayer, and the Athabasca Northlands and Stacey Dene drummers. That was beautiful. A good way to start off the meeting. Thank you, commissioners, for giving us the time on the agenda to speak about this matter, the leadership, and especially the youth that were up here talking. I think that's really important that we have the youth voice reflected in the land use plan. So my name is Tina Giroux Robillard. I'm here. I'm really glad to be here today. I'm on behalf of the Beverly and Kamarayak Caribou Management Board. So I'm a member of the Métis Nation, and I live in just north of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. I am the new executive, I am the new executive director for the Beverly Kamanariak Caribou Management Board. I started my position in April this year. Prior to that, I worked as a wildlife biologist for almost 15 years for the Athabasca Dene who were just presenting. So I'm here today because the Caribou Management Board members are very concerned about the future of the caribou herds and the cultures and livelihoods of Indigenous caribou peoples across the north, because the herds on which they depend are declining in size and are not often as available to them. So our presentation has 4 different parts. I'll talk a little bit about the background on why we're here, why we're participating in this land use planning process. We'll provide comments on the proposal, the draft land use plan proposal, that would support protection of caribou, including the Beverly and Kamanariak herds. Raise outstanding concerns that we have about the land use plan, where we feel it would not help protect healthy caribou herds, and also provide some direct recommendations. First, I'm going to provide some background on the 2 herds that the Beverly and Kamanariak Caribou Management Board was created to help manage. So this map shows the total area that's used by both the Beverly and the Kamanariak caribou herds over the last 70 years. This map is based on information from caribou surveys, locations of colored caribou, and of course based on Indigenous knowledge that we collect. The caribou range, as you can see, encompasses a large range of multiple jurisdictions. We have 2 territories, 2 provinces, and the herds are shared by many people, including the Inuit, the Dene, the Métis of the Northwest Territories, Northern Saskatchewan, and Northern Manitoba. So the 2 orange areas that you see are the traditional calving grounds that have been used by the Beverly herd, and the purple area is the traditional Kamanariak calving grounds. This map shows the spring migration corridor used by the Kamanariak caribou herd, and it's based on information from tracking locations of colored caribou. So it doesn't include all of the caribou. In the spring, the caribou migrate from the southern winter range up into the calving grounds, and then they move south and west into their wintering grounds. So the Kamanariak is particularly important as it has almost exclusively supported the communities that are present here today. So this picture is a picture of a post-calving area that's near Rankin Inlet, and this is one of the areas that we're talking about today. And you can see how important these areas are and how used these areas are outside of the calving ground. So the Caribou Management Board is an advisory board that provides information and recommendations about caribou herds and about human activities which could affect the herds and their habitat. We provide a voice for caribou habitat, and communities who depend on caribou. The board's vision for the future of Beverly and Kamanariak caribou are that they remain key to food security and are continue to be fundamental to culture, spirituality, and identity, and also that everyone shares in the responsibility for taking care of these caribou. So the Caribou Management Board was established 40 years ago, and it was established to help people from communities and governments work together on issues that affect the Beverly and Kamaniriak herds and their habitat. So there's up to 15 regional board members that are appointed to represent more than 20 Indigenous communities from across the Caribou Range and 5 public governments. Board members include Dene, Inuit, Cree, and Métis caribou harvesters, government biologists, wildlife managers, and land managers. Essentially, we have a crew of experts on caribou. So why are we sitting here presenting multiple times at the Nunavut Land Use Planning Commission hearing? The land use plan will play an important role, if not a key role, or the only role in the future of the Beverly and Kamaniriak caribou herds. Harm to caribou or caribou habitat can result from some land use activities occurring in key places, so land use must be managed carefully. This is also a critical time for barren ground caribou, with most herds declining. Beverly, for example, had a population of 286,000 in 1994, and it's down now to 104,000. Last time it was surveyed in 2018. The Kamaniriak herd has gone from 500,000 animals in the mid-1990s, and last time it was surveyed in 2017, it was surveyed at 288,000. There's been a recent survey this spring, but we don't have that number yet. But there's a consistent decline in these herds. So having fewer caribou available to Indigenous communities has a major impact on these communities for both social, cultural, food security, and financial hardships. The Caribou Management Board, we want to be clear that we are not against mining in Nunavut. The board understands the need for economic development in Nunavut and realizes that developments will occur. But we have strong concerns about harm that some activities in some places could have on key caribou habitats and caribou herds without good land use planning. We have made compromises for land use management that both conserve caribou herds and allow economic development in Nunavut. So we have been flexible, and we now ask that governments and industry also make their own compromises to help ensure that there will be caribou in the future. Many of the most important areas for the Beverly and Kamaniriak caribou herds are in Nunavut. The Nunavut Land Use Plan could be a valuable tool, providing ways to avoid harm to important caribou habitats, protect the land in critical areas, minimize risks that may result in harm to caribou over time, and also allow changes in the future when we see that it's needed. The Nunavut Planning Commission has proposed using land restrictions and prohibitions of certain activities to protect caribou habitats. We agree that some intensive land uses should be prohibited from some areas so that people will not harm the land or disturb the animals there. We support the Nunavut Planning Commission's proposal to designate limited use areas for caribou with year-round prohibitions on certain land uses for caribou calving areas, post-calving areas, key access corridors, and key freshwater crossings. We support that the Commission proposes to apply additional seasonal restrictions to further limit activities allowed during specific time periods for calving and post-calving grounds and key access corridors. and to designate limited use areas with year-round prohibitions on certain land uses for conservation areas on the Beverly and Kaminariak Range. We have made some suggestions for additions or some modifications to some of these proposals in our written submission to the NPC. So the NPC's proposal to create limited use areas for caribou is consistent. We've heard it and we've seen the submissions from multiple groups across the range, including the Kivalliq Hunter and Trappers Organization, the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board, the Kivalliq Wildlife Board, but they're also supported, as we've heard today, loud and clear from our friends, the Athabasca Dene, the Northlands Dene, the Saezi Dene, as well as neighbors in Lutzelk'e, who are Quechua Dene, the Métis Nation in Northwest Territories, the Wikizi Renewable Resources Board in Northwest Territories. It's consistent and found throughout the entire range of the Beverly and Kaminariak. Everybody wants to see these areas protected. So we commend you for including protection and hope you will not be removing these designations in the final draft. So right now I'm showing a map of the Kaminariak Range, just as an example. So on this slide, the total year-round Kaminariak Range is shown in the pink, as mapped by the Government of Nunavut, and this includes the range that comes into northern Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and NWT. So the green area is the total proposed in the draft plan for protecting caribou habitat. So if these designations are approved as is in the final plan, some specific intensive land uses would not be allowed in these areas. This purples and pinks that show different important caribou habitats like calving grounds, post-calving grounds, corridors, and freshwater crossings. And so just to reiterate, make super clear that this is where we support these designations for all of these areas that caribou use at various times. But we do have some concerns with the plan. The Caribou Management Board does not support the following two proposals that are found within the land use plan because they would result in less protection for important caribou habitats. One, we don't support providing special status for infrastructure developments in a Kivalliq-Manitoba corridor. And two, we don't support allowing projects with existing mineral rights to proceed through all stages of mineral development. These proposals would give development projects higher priority than caribou protection in limited use areas for caribou where they overlap. Therefore, important caribou habitats in these areas, including calving and post-calving grounds, would not be provided with protection by the land use plan. So the yellow line on this map, which we've seen today a few times, shows the Kivalliq-Manitoba corridor proposed in the draft land use plan for roads, hydrolines, and other related infrastructure. This is not acceptable to the Caribou Management Board for several reasons. One is the location. The corridor runs right through the Kaminariak caribou spring migration route, north to the calving grounds. It crosses calving and post-calving areas and important water crossings for caribou, which are in the green areas. And two, the purpose. This proposed corridor gives development a higher priority than protection for caribou in these key habitats in the calving and post-calving grounds. The Caribou Board recommends that KIA be required to apply for an amendment and that the NPC should evaluate alternate routes and cumulative impacts and conduct a public review for this project proposal A better plan is essential for the future of the Kamaniriak herd. On this map, we've added orange areas that show where existing mineral rights were mapped by the NPC on Kamaniriak calving areas and other key caribou habitats. The NPC proposes that no protection would be provided by the land use plan for caribou habitat where existing rights exist, and that any mineral right would automatically override the value of an area to caribou. The Caribou Management Board does not support this proposal because it would remove habitat protection from the land use plan for key areas like caribou calving grounds. So when you add the development corridor and the existing rights, you start to see that not as much land is protected as we had originally hoped for. So this combined area, as a result of these proposals by the NPC, a large portion of the Kamaniriak calving and post-calving habitat would no longer be protected. Therefore, these proposals are not supported by the Caribou Board, which recommends that areas used for calving and taking care of young calves are given higher value in the land use plan than their possible value for mining, roads, or other infrastructure. And this is another picture of the post-calving grounds near Rankin Inlet. The Caribou Management Board also has concerns with some recommendations made by other participants in their submissions to NPC because they would not support habitat protection for caribou in the land use plan. We do not support the following recommendations made by other parties. One, that using mobile caribou protection measures or seasonal restrictions as the only ways to protect caribou in the land use plan. And two, relying completely on the environmental assessment process and mitigation measures to protect caribou. Both of these recommendations are not adequate, as they do not provide necessary protection for habitat in key seasonal ranges, such as calving areas, post-calving areas, and key access corridors. And finally, the Caribou Management Board has recommended 6 general recommendations. I can go through the 6, or I can refer back to our written comments if you'd like, depending on time. Okay. So, like I said, more details are provided in our written submission, but I'll go through them generally. 1, guidance is needed from the land use plan to protect caribou habitat, or for protection of caribou habitat, to maintain these key habitats and keep options open so caribou can continue to follow their seasonal migrations to and from calving grounds and post-calving areas. The second, the role of land use planning is to set out clear rules for all parties to follow when using the land. For Nunavut, this should include establishing rules for land use to protect important caribou habitats. 3, the Nunavut land use plan will be reviewed regularly and can be changed in future if new information indicates that new methods have been developed, tested, and proven to work. But we need to do what we need to do now to ensure the future of caribou. But we need to do what we can now to ensure the future of caribou using established methods and tools for land use planning, not relying on unproven methods. 4, seasonal protection measures and mitigation of negative effects from developments that cannot be avoided provide some limited protection to caribou. However, they do not provide long-term habitat protection. Prohibiting activities that can harm the land are needed to protect habitat in key areas, which should be provided through the land use plan. 5, planning mitigation for the effects of mineral exploration and development on caribou should not occur in the land use plan. Nunavut has an established and well-supported environmental assessment process, which is operated by the Nunavut Impact Review Board. And finally, this will be the first territory-wide land use plan, and it may be changed in the future. But if we don't protect caribou habitat for the future, there will be fewer options later. We need to take a cautious approach now, or we may not be able to fix our mistakes. This is not a time to gamble with the future of the caribou. So in closing, I'd like to thank again the NPC for paying close attention to what the community people are saying, what they've been saying today and last week. The 2021 draft plan shows that the NPC has used the input they received from caribou people to propose protection for caribou and caribou habitat through their land use designations. However, there are some things that need to be changed or improved to ensure that necessary habitat protection is actually provided. We urge the NPC's commissioners and the 3 plan signatories to make sure that the final approved land use plan for Nunavut contains meaningful protection for caribou and habitat and does not provide development with higher priority than caribou in key caribou habitats. Please remember that your decisions will affect many caribou people across the entire range. Thank you for this opportunity to present today on behalf of the Beverly Common Area Caribou Management Board. Merci.
Thank you very much. No questions? Okay. Do we have any questions from community participants? I don't see any. Do we have questions from registered participants? Oh, I missed a hand. Sorry about that. Please go ahead, state your name and where you're from. Thanks.
Hello. Bonjour. Can you hear me? Okay. I just went to, I just got this invite a little while ago. I had to rush over here. I didn't want to miss any of it, none of it. But anyways, though I know people need, you know, the Kivalliq line up there. I realized that. But there are consequences, I think, that we will be facing if that were to happen, because not only the caribou, there's geese. We all like to hunt geese. And then a couple of years back, our highway was improved. We thought after protesting so many times against Manitoba to fix our road because our people were bouncing around when they needed to come to the hospital in Thompson. But it wasn't so. They made us think that we needed the road fixed. They made it look nice. But as I look around, I realized that they made this road for themselves for tourism purposes, to access what they cannot access freely right now, where none of it is. The business people, or progress, as we call it, and the Aboriginal understanding of the land. How come the needs of the people of the land are not as important as business aspect of it? See, I was born literally in my community. My dad had to hook up his dog team to take me to the nursing station back in '61. And then I went to school for a bit. Then my dad took me out to the land when I was grade 7. And then started working for the land. See, I introduced myself back in May 4 as I am here from Mother Earth, I had said. Because probably many of us have a hard time waking up knowing all this encroachment is happening. This bombardment of all these proposals that need our resources. My heart cries when I think about that. My land on the north side, where I come from, on the Churchill River, the land is slowly sinking. In 20 years, where that TV is, the cabins are now in the water. And then just north of Churchill River there's caribou, like thousands of caribou tracks. I live about 700 meters from about 9 caribou that always come back to that same spot. One time they walked by my blind and I was waiting for a goose. I went for a coffee, I came back, caribou track right close to my blind. And then if we feel, like we say, we feel for caribou. A few years back, maybe 15 years ago, caribou came from up north. They came from up north like they were rushing. They were probably hungry, I'm not sure. But when I looked at the hide and the fur of the caribou, it was like somebody took those scissors, remember those scissors they used to cut our hair with? Made them all nice and square. Then I looked at the caribou that my partner had got. Not 1 ounce of fat on it. It was just skin. Then, that's what I mean. We don't know what the caribou is trying to tell us. A few years back too again, I'll use the Department of Natural Resources guesstimation. 50,000 caribou came to Split Lake. Tatasca, that's about 136 kilometers from here. They came there, and then they went home. The following year, 150,000. They came there, the first group came there to come and tell us that the big group was coming. So they came there, and I seen this one caribou. My trail was this side, going the street to go home. I was on my way home when I seen a caribou approaching the trail. And then it stopped before my trail. I was going to watch him cross. But then, so I moved my skidoo. I went by him, he was standing there. Then I looked back, he crossed my skidoo trail. See, the difference is the Western science don't feel or understand what the people of the land understand. We feel them. Like the lady says, I forgot your name, sorry. You see, I met Tutu back in a few years back. And right away, you're good friends, I guess. And then I met some more people there. But, you know, this electricity isn't all that's cracked up to be. See, it'll take away the need to survive, to go and get wood or whatever you have to heat your house. My home, we have thousands and thousands of wood, you know. But after all, the hydro has given us the convenience of turning on the heater like that. Like we were talking about there outside, our elders used to have strong handshake. Nowadays, it's just soft. I wanted to share that. I wanted you to feel what I feel. The caribou has to remain free. There's a Penn Island herd that comes from south on the east side of us. And then they come there. And then I was listening to my brothers from the other reservation. They said, people are coming into our territory and then they're disrespecting it. And then we don't want that, they said. I knew when he said that he was going to paint himself into a corner. When you don't allow a person to come hunting in your reservation or territory, the animals know that. We flew over the Penn Island herd, and it was like the picture she showed us there, thousands of caribou.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Two things. One, for the record, we need your name.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And two, we're trying to have questions on the land use plan and the presentation. So,
but you're the one that said when you don't have a presentation, bring something from you from the heart.
I do.
So that's what I'm doing.
But we also have to respect everybody's time.
Isn't
so,
my
okay.
voice?
Your voice is important.
There you go.
Okay.
Now, but you know, the animal knows what we are thinking. It came straight to that community, and it turned south. We cannot own the animal. You're one of us. We are part of the land. There goes sir. Oh, Jonathan Kitsiki, that's the Cree Nation. You didn't ask him one. You thought, you bet, you bet. At the bit of it, about 10 one. Umaga pigis ko yan. Sila mabawa. Tagagoy, wana wita tahanan ma. Kabe si tabis na anista. I am humbled, standing in front. I was kind of hesitant, but had to. Because I have so much respect for the people. What do I have to offer? I am humbled by it to be standing in front of you. And I hope that we can achieve what we need to achieve. How?
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
We will move on to Seal River Watershed Alliance. Thank you.
No, I didn't get any.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready. Name and the organization, please. Thanks.
Hello. Perfect. What's your salt in it? Ik ben het Stephanie Thrassi Hoesje. Dennis Social Heskinson. That's Ulitwe. Hello, my name is Stephanie Thrassi. I'm from Tuduli Lake, Manitoba. I'm here on behalf of the Seal River Watershed Alliance. Sinise Nuhel, he died doing.
The past.
I'm happy to be here. First of all, I would like to say Masicho and Matna to our elders here today, the ones who presented. Masicho for the prayer, and for the drummers, and for the presenters, for our youth. I wanted to say thank you to you all, to the government of Nunavut, the government of Canada, and the Commission for having us here. Ubluchiak. Kuvia huktung tabini yularuma ublumi. I hope I said that right. Hello again. How are you all today? As I mentioned earlier, I'm from Tuduli Lake. I am executive director of the Seal River Watershed Alliance. So the majority of the work that I do, and that I have been doing for over the 2 years, has been in northern Manitoba. So I'm sure some people here are wondering why I am presenting today on topics that pertain to north of the 60th parallel. As I sit here today, I think about our elders and community members who are no longer here today. We have been waiting for a chance to speak our truth as Denisukshina people on these lands for a very long time. I think about my family members who work tirelessly for these opportunities being offered here today. My late Uncle Stephen, my Uncle Peter, our Granny Betsy, who witnessed the signing of the treaty, and most recently Uncle Fred Duck, who just passed away. He has guided our work, along with the countless other people, too many to name today. I'm happy to be here today to help to speak our truth as a Denesutlina person. So as you can see the map here, this is the area of land that I am working with our communities to try to protect. Our goal is to permanently protect the Seal River watershed as an Indigenous Protected and Conserved Area, or an IPCA. It follows the Indigenous laws, inherent rights, and traditions of our Indigenous peoples who have occupied these lands since time immemorial and who still use these lands today. The Saisi-Dene First Nation, we are leading this initiative to protect the entirety of the Seal River watershed for our future generations in partnership with our Cree and our Dene neighbors. So we call ourselves the Alliance because we are a group of 4 different nations in the province that work together, who have unified to do this work. We understand how important it is for our future to be ourselves, to be Denesutlina, to be Cree people on this land. We have to have a safe place to be ourselves, Indigenous people. So we have partnered with Northlands Denesutlina First Nation, Barren Lands First Nation, and Opipinapiwin Cree Nation to advance the protection of the Seal River watershed. As you can see, it's a big size on the map, not as big as Nunavut, but still a decent size in comparison. It is 50,000 square kilometers of untouched, pristine, perfect land. So we even had scientists measure the land for us, and it is 99.97% pristine. There's no roads, there's no industry, there's no pollution. Every aspect of it is the same as it was since my great-great-great-great-grandparents walked on the eskers and followed the caribou. There's not a lot of places like that in the world that exist today. We envision a pristine watershed where people, animals, and fish are healthy, our unique languages and cultures are thriving, and there is hope and abundance for all future generations. The watershed has been home to our peoples for centuries. It's where we have been stewards and caretakers of these lands. We have lived experience of what happens to our people and our nation when we lose connection to the land and the caribou. The relocation of my people is evidence of that. The Canadian government and Indian Affairs wrongfully accused us of the overconsumption of caribou. They forcefully relocated us, and 1/3 of our nation died. That's more than half of the names on that death list were infants and children. We were starving to death, and we were dying of a broken heart. We needed to get back to the land. As you can hear today from our elders, every aspect of our culture, our spirituality, and our identities are rooted in their relationship with the caribou and the lands which sustain the caribou and also sustain us. So it is because the wisdom and the guidance of our elders and leaders that we were able to return to the land. We have so many stories showing us the ways that we are connected to each other. My great-granny, the one in the picture there, she was born in Reindeer Lake, but she lived in Duck Lake. She had childhood memories of an Inuit family who came to live with her at their camp. Due to the caribou being too far away that winter, they came to live with my granny's family, and they shared with them their caribou. And she knew how to speak Inuktitut fluently, and her face would light up every time she saw an Inuit person because she could speak Inuktitut again, and she was happy. She had lots of friends. This project is the voice of our youth, our elders, and our community members. The overwhelming support for the work makes me emotional sometimes when I think about the energy and the positivity that propels us and moves us. The work that has been happening to help us progress has highlighted the Indigenous knowledge that we've collected. We've interviewed over 305 members about the Indigenous knowledge that we carry about the land in that map, and it spills outside the map, as you guys must know. But we've also been doing other work to support moving forward. We've also been gathering Western science to support the work that we're doing and support the reasons why. We have many partners with lots of different universities and conservation organizations that help us. As you can see in the picture, the Seal River Watershed Alliance holds 8 years' worth of greenhouse gas emissions in Canada. So what that shows is the Seal River Watershed holds 1.7 billion tons of carbon. It's in the soil, in the sand, in the moss, in the eskers. So that's the same as 70 years worth of pollution from a car sitting in the ground, and it's slowly turning back into oxygen because the earth is like a set of lungs, and it's going to take that carbon dioxide and turn it into oxygen, which we all need to breathe. So the watershed serves as a shield in the fight against climate change. As you can see, our goal is to protect this area so that its outstanding ecological and cultural values can be maintained and managed under joint Indigenous leadership. We are also working to encourage sustainable economic development that is consistent with the overall protection of the watershed and the promotion of Indigenous ways of life. So we note that none of the protection or management measures we envision would affect the exercise of Section 35 rights or community economic activities that are consistent with the overall protection of the watershed and the promotion of Indigenous ways of life. Hunting, trapping, gathering, ecological and cultural tourism, or other activities necessary for the well-being of local communities would be permitted and promoted within the IPCA. We note that our goals align well with the goals of the NCP broad land use planning policies, objectives, and goals. However, we note that there is no express recognition of proposed Indigenous protection and conserved areas within the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. While IPCAs may be established as a part of joint protected area designation with federal, provincial, or territorial authority, they may also be established as an Indigenous designation using our own inherent authorities to manage traditional lands. The identification and management of an IPCA can advance effective protection and management of important ecological, cultural, and economic values for Indigenous peoples. The Seal River watershed is the wintering grounds of the Beverly and Kaminaria caribou herd and home to at least 22 species at risk. It is also a territory of great cultural importance, as we know, for the Inuit, for the Cree, for the Denisohina people. Community priorities and values of water management areas in the 2021 Draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. The plan does not identify any of the values of the watershed outside of Nunavut as transboundary considerations or contemplate further actions under Chapter 2, protecting and sustaining the environment, or Chapter 3, encouraging conservation planning. So, it is our recommendation the Seal River Watershed Alliance submits that the Commission should identify the Seal River Watershed as a transboundary consideration under 2.8 of the Draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. The portion of the Seal River watershed within the Nunavut settlement should be identified as a valued ecosystem component. The photo that you see up on the screen, I was able to take this summer. We went and we spent 7 days canoeing towards the mouth of the Seal River. And this is a seal in fresh water. This was not far from Tuduli Lake. There was a lot of them there. It was really neat to see. The Seal River Watershed Alliance and the participating Indigenous governments have not yet determined whether the Seal River IPCA would be a jointly designated protected area or established under exclusively Indigenous authority. We continue to explore the potential for a jointly designated protected area in Manitoba with the governments of Manitoba and Canada. At this time, we have not, we have not made any specific proposals for legislative protection in Nunavut. However, we do consider the portion of the Seal River watershed in Nunavut, including the Wolverine River through Barrelzon Lake and Little Duck Lake, to be community area of interest for the Hotelnene Otinadene. In the absence of any proposed legislative designation, we note that the Commission supports the identification and management of community areas of interest through land use planning. The Seal River Watershed Alliance submits that the Commission should identify the Seal River watershed within Nunavut as a community area of interest and include it within Map A of the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan under a limited use designation that prohibits incompatible uses with the exception of lands currently withdrawn from disposition under a 2019 Order in Council. All lands subject to the OIC should be designated mixed use to facilitate the conclusion of the Samuel Thrasey litigation. The Seal River Watershed Alliance congratulates the Commission in reaching this important milestone in your work. The draft Nunavut Land Use Plan reflects a great deal of work on the part of the Commission. We wish to assist the Commission in one final area of the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan and make the following submission for consideration. The Kivalliq-Manitoba Linear Infrastructure Corridor is currently proposed as limited use for transportation and communication. As we have heard today, the corridor is an important caribou habitat as a calving and post-calving area. The proposed limited use designation does not prioritize caribou protection. Before designating the corridor for transportation and communication, we recommend the Commission identify key caribou-related interests in the corridor, consider alternative routes to the corridor, and consult with the affected communities. As I said earlier, this summer I was blessed to spend a week out on the waters of Shatani Lake, which feeds into the larger main Seal River. It was an incredible feeling to be able to share that experience with project staff, elders, and youth. Before we left on the trip, we were given praise, well wishes, and prayers for good weather. I think the whole community must have been praying for good weather because it didn't rain on us once out on the land for 7 days. And towards the end of August, to have plus 30 weather for 7 days was a blessing. Before I left, my granny, she said to me that it was good that we were encouraging the young people to keep connections with the land. Because if you do not have that, she said, no matter what you do in life, your soul will be poor. As a Denisohina person, it is our duty to be guardians of these lands and to help share the voice of the lands, the water, the animals, and the caribou who are relying on us to speak for them. It is with the biggest thanks that I can offer. I say, Masicho.
Thank you very much.
I'm open for questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, no questions from Nunavut Planning Commission staff. Any questions from community participants? I don't see any hands or people standing. Any questions from registered participants? None. Any public member? None. Well, thank you very much. So we're here and we're going along pretty good tonight. So we would like to squeak in one more presentation before we went home. Could we have the Nunavut Water Board come forward, please? Please go ahead when you're ready. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Astol Kubisinova, and I'm a technical advisor with the Nunavut Water Board. To my right is Jesse O'Brien, consultant to the board. The Nunavut Water Board would like to present its comments and recommendations in regards to the review of the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. I will start with an overview of the Nunavut Water Board's mandate, explain why the board is participating in the Commission's public hearings, give a summary of the board's review of the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, explain how to contact the board staff, and then I will be able to, Jesse and I will be able to take your comments, recommendations, and answer your questions. The Nunavut Water Board is an institution of public government established under Article 13 of the Nunavut Agreement. The board has responsibilities and powers over the regulation, use, and management of fresh water in the Nunavut settlement area. The objects of the board are to provide for the conservation and utilization of waters in Nunavut, except in a national park, in a manner that will provide the optimum benefit from those waters for Nunavut's residents in particular and Canadians in general. The board's primary function is to license uses of water and deposits of waste. The Nunavut Waters and Nunavut Surface Rights Tribunal Act states in Section 11(1), subject to subsection 2, no person shall use or permit the use of waters in Nunavut except in accordance with the conditions of a license. And Section 11, subsection 2 lists the exceptions, which are uses unlicensed by regulations, domestic uses, uses in cases of emergency, and uses in a national park. So why is the Nunavut Water Board participating in this process? And the answer to that is that the Nunavut Agreement directs the board to do so. In Article 13, Section 13.4.1 of the Nunavut Agreement, it states, the Nunavut Water Board shall contribute fully to the development of land use plans as they relate to water in the Nunavut settlement area by providing its recommendations to the Nunavut Planning Commission. In support of our obligations under the Nunavut Agreement, the board is working jointly with the steering committee, which includes the Nunavut Planning Commission, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, regional Inuit associations, the Government of Nunavut, and Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs to develop a Nunavut water management strategy. The strategy will create a unified vision for water management in Nunavut, ensure that policies and regulatory activities support sustainable water management and consider cumulative effects, uphold the principles of Inuit Qawimayatuqanit, or Inuit traditional knowledge, play a role in transboundary watershed agreements, and consider the devolution process. During these public hearings, the board will be listening to the discussions of water management issues and priorities to help inform the further development of the strategy. And here I would like to discuss the review that the board conducted for the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. The board requested clarification from the Commission about whether the 10-kilometer buffers around freshwater crossings that limit activities designated as incompatible uses would operate to limit activities for 10 kilometers along a watercourse where there is a crossing. The Commission staff provided clarifications, and that comment is now considered resolved. The board asked how freshwater caribou crossings currently identified in the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan would be updated by the Commission. The board also identified that if, during water licensing, the Nunavut Water Board receives information regarding changes to the existing crossings, the board will continue to consider this information in its licensing process, in its licensing decisions. Next, the board identified that the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan limits uses of water in territorial parks to a term of 5 years or less. This limit may be inconsistent with the discretion of the Nunavut Water Board, which authorizes the board to authorize the use of water for a term of up to 25 years or the duration of the undertaking using the water. The board requested clarification from the Commission as to how the 5-year limit on water use would be applied. The Nunavut Water Board noted that there may be some confusion about terminology in the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan and used by the Nunavut Water Board, and recommended that the description or definition of the term community water supply watershed be added to the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan to clearly define these areas. And to clarify that the term community water supply watershed is not intended to overlap or replace water management areas as defined in the Nunavut water regulations. The board noted the Commission's commitment to consider, during its review of the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, the emergence of relevant policy initiatives from planning partners. The board identified that the steering committee's work to develop the Nunavut water management strategy is highly relevant to water management aspects of the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. The strategy will reflect watershed, regional, and territorial issues and priorities around fresh water. The board thanks the Commission for the opportunity to attend these public hearings and would also like to thank all those who have been willing to share their knowledge, comments, and views about water management issues and priorities throughout this process. This is the contact information for the board's staff that you can contact in regards to the board's review of this draft Nunavut land use plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any questions from Nunavut Planning Commission staff? No questions? Okay. Any questions from community participants? No hands, no standing. Anyone from the registered participants? Don't see any public members. No. Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll just finish off the night with a couple comments, a little housekeeping, and I'd like to start with, we really appreciate the prayer from the elder this morning. I thoroughly enjoyed the drummers this morning. It was a great way to start the day. I say thank you very much to the interpreters, translators. You have a tough job, and sometimes we don't make it easy on you, but we say thank you very much. And for all those that spoke today and participated today, thank you for your voice. We will look forward to some more presentations tomorrow. And I will just pass it over to Sharon for a couple last minute housekeeping comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have many comments tonight, but if you notice that we do have several snacks at the back and lots of yogurt, please help yourself and take some home to your room. And we will be starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. And first up on the agenda will be the Government of Canada. So please have a good evening, and we'll see you all first thing in the morning. Thank you.